I'm so weird.
So you stopped queuing because you felt funny?
I mean, yes, mostly. Why did you stop queuing then?
I couldn't take standing in that godforsaken line a moment longer. Felt like I was going to faint.
Fair enough. And they'd probably chuck you in the river if you did.
Probably. Oh, unless...
This neighbourhood isn't what it used to be.
Oh, and those clanking great steel watches. Bloody hate them. No matter what the mouth says.
Do you think we could swim into the upper city? Through the rivers, I mean.
Maybe. I don't know how closely they watch it. But there's probably grates and things down there to keep trash like us out.
Nah, you're right. And I'm not the best swimmer anyway. Gods know what else is down there and all.
We could take a few in. Our mansion's big enough.
The Gazette reckons Lord Gortash is the second coming of Balderon. Horsecack! No lower city house can compare to a mansion next to the highway.
Safest place in the city, Jen.
So clever.
What do you mean, what else is down there?
I don't know. Magic, innit? I'm just saying, maybe there's a reason for that weird feeling of yours.
So you believe me then?
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate is all I'm saying.
Think I made the right decision not to stay long.
bringing in the stench of the foundry. Belching smoke and metal screeches. Oh, keep the city peaceful, my arse.
Can't you feel it?
Feel what exactly?
That weird something. I don't know. It's like a tingle in my spine I can't shake.
You sure it's not a trapped nerve?
I am, thank you.
Take a few in. Our mansion's big enough.
So you stopped queuing because you felt funny?
I mean, yes, mostly. Why did you stop queuing then?
I couldn't take standing in that godforsaken line a moment longer. Felt like I was going to faint.
Fair enough. And they probably chucked you in the river if you did.
Probably. Oh, unless...
And those clanking great steel watches. Bloody hate them. No matter what the mouth says.
Safest place in the city, too.
having a wonderful, fantastic day. Get kisses? I don't get kisses. I hope things are going super well for you. Bye, Mallow. As soon as I opened my mouth, she was like, the fuck? But chat, I'm gonna keep the Mallow cam open because I have a fire going. And the best way to keep an eye on the fire is to have a camera facing towards it. So look at that. But welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Welcome in Kai. Welcome in Jordan. Welcome over everybody over on TikTok. Welcome back. We got access again. I've been unbanned from the Shadow Realm. Chat, I wanted the camera open to see stuff and oh, that is not the right button. This button. That button doesn't face the camera. Face the fire, please. Face the fire, so I can. There we go. There, you get part Mallow cam when she comes back, and part fire cam. And but how are we? If you guys celebrate Thanksgiving, how was it? I hope you guys had a good one. If you guys just had a Thursday, I hope you had a good Thursday. And a good Wednesday, because I didn't see you guys Wednesday either. I was prepping. I was prepping my mind and my body and my stuffing and my corn muffins. But not prepping my turkey because I didn't have it. It was at somebody else's house. And then I had to prep it yesterday, but welcome in. I'm good. I was off from work today, Jordan, so I got to be really lazy. I woke up to 6:30 to Mallow, yelled at her, told her to go back to bed. She went back to bed. And then at 7, she woke me up for breakfast. I fed her breakfast, put on the couch, and I was like, I'll just sleep till Doc's alarm. I did not sleep till Doc's alarm. I never heard Doc's alarm. Doc had to be somewhere later, and I woke up to him leaving the house. Yeah. And then I was like, I'm still so full from Thanksgiving. Like, and I won't lie, I feel very full from yesterday still. Like, my body's like, you should eat. I'm gonna make it so you don't feel like you want to eat, but you should eat. So, like, I've been nibbling on, like, little things throughout the day. And it's a thing. It's what happens. It's whatever. But I had dinner, and I was like, all right, we're good. Awesome. All right, so we need to do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this and this and this and accept and I can't do stuff from here. I have to wait from here. All right. But how was your day? How was your day? Look, 5 a.m. and just been relaxed. That's valid. Today is legit a good relax day. You know, like, it's just, thank you. So Christmas is my holiday. I love it. I enjoy it. It's my favorite holiday. My love language is giving gifts. One of my love languages is giving gifts. So I love it. I love the colors and the lights and the music and all that good stuff. So as soon as Thanksgiving hits, I'm like, all right, let's break out the Christmas stuff. I had to have help with Mr. Beakers to put up the banner because I'm short, but he's got wings, so he did it for me. But then I decorated that tree. I made it all pretty, and yeah. Also, chat, I bit my tongue today. Like, I want to say like an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, I bit my tongue, the side of it, and my God, does it hurt. Not fun. I don't recommend. I want to say you'll notice there's things that are different, but I don't think I did anything, chat. I've been working behind the scenes on stuff, but I don't think it's an issue. Why are you yelling at me? Why are you telling me that there's something wrong? Okay, I did that. Chat, I'm being productive. I'm being productive. This one. Okay, there we go. I've made progress. Okay. Thank you. I bite my tongue, sadly, way more than I would like to admit. Most of the time, I bite my tongue when sneezing. I wasn't sneezing. I was talking to Doc about something. That is hysterical, chat. I freaking love that. So apparently I see things and it's great. Okay. But yeah, chat. Thank you for the check-in, Lumina. I'll appreciate it. Thanks, Jordan. I appreciate it. Guys, my watch hours are going up again. They were going down for like most of last week, and it was very discouraging. And very, I want to say bad for mental health, but it didn't. It didn't, but it did, you know? I don't know how to explain it. But yeah. Thank you. I'm so mad, chat. I used to have like a Christmas background with the fireplace and snowing outside. I don't know where the hell I put it. Guys, I want you to know the floating things are Kai. Here, a bit just for now. That's too funny. I like that. But yeah, chat. So because I was off today and Kai was off today, we were like, we're gonna go live early. And then Doc was super busy. So like I wasn't gonna text her to be like, hey, do you wanna go live like early? Because he was super busy. And I didn't want to bother him at work. So yeah, I turned her invisible for right now. I learned how to do that, chat. So like it makes it really good for a collab. So like her and I can interact with our communities. And we don't have to worry about each other's being in each other's way. Hi, Hyde. I saw you playing Rise yesterday. How many monsters did you fight? I want you all to know. So I was lurking people yesterday. Because when Doc and I got home from... Okay, so... I hosted Thanksgiving. But our house didn't have the space. So... I had it at Doc's parents' place because they have more room to accommodate us, which is fine-ish, you know, like I appreciate it, whatever, it's great. But I was just tired. I was sleepies. So we came home, and to keep myself from like falling asleep at 7 o'clock, I went and whatchamacallited, lurked people. But like I didn't have any spoons in me to interact with anybody, so I was just like, I'm just gonna lurk a couple of my friendos. While I attempt to keep myself awake and functioning. Okay. Oh, I made myself big. Chat, I made myself big. Guys, I gotta go poke my fire. Because it's probably at the point where, like, it doesn't need to. Yeah, send me pics. Yeah, it was so funny, Hyde, with that. Because I saw the tag, not the tag, but the alert in, the Chaos Goof Troop, whatever the name of the Discord is. And I was like, oh, I wonder if, like, I know or someone is going live, because that's usually when I get those notifications. So I was like, we're good. We're fine. I click it and I scroll down and I'm like, wait, this isn't going live. Why was I tagged in this? And I realized it's you finding my post, and I was like, hell yeah. I'm glad you saw it. It was a good clip. And I'm glad you made it into clip. Also, chat, I was watching somebody today, and I was like, I turned the sound on at the best time, so they got a clip out of it. And I'm like, hell yeah. Alright. Alright, chat, I'm going to, bless you. I'm going to poke a fire real quick. So I'm going to turn this off. I said I'm going to turn this off. Just gonna... I'm just gonna do that, I guess, since it doesn't want to poof itself. Give me 1 second, chat.
What do you mean? What else is down there?
I don't know. Magic, innit? I'm just saying, maybe there's a reason for that weird feeling of yours.
So you believe me then?
Stranger things have happened in Baldur's Gate is all I'm saying.
Think I made the right decision not to stay in long.
Hi, minis! Look, I got the fire out. See, I would have kept it on, but I'm just in like my waves hoodie and some sweatpants. But
Blowing inland today. Bringing
I didn't. No,
belching smoke and
it's unflattering, and I said no. All right, chat. Let's go grab a Kai. Can I turn this off yet? It's actually still turned off apparently. Deactivate. Okay, so OBS has just said they're just gonna keep it on forever. So we're just gonna do that. Let's go grab a Kai. All right. All right, chat. I need you to come to me. Come hither, my chat. Come hither. All right. I love Dragon Ball Z, Jordan. Absolutely love it so much.
Hello?
How?
Make sure that it's actually using, okay, right mic, right headset. Good job, Discord. I'm proud of you.
I try. Mine actually picked you up right away. I'm shocked.
Huh?
Normally it's like, well, it's not on the right setting, so.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, did I finish? Yep, we did the collab. We're there. Okay, we did shit. Hey, did we remember everything?
I think so.
I'm kind of impressed, actually.
I'll do that. Actually.
Why
I'll
can't
do
I?
This.
those clanking great steel watches. Bloody hate them.
Oh, that one will go.
So
Why wouldn't that one go?
says,
Yeah, go for it, Jordan. I'd love to see them.
My tadpoles didn't want to play nice.
Oh no. Tadpoles are
I was like,
important.
it gave me the, like, gunk sound. But, oh, why are you so loud? Okay, we need to turn Baldur's Gate down a little bit.
I forgot you summoned stuff with Gale, and I was like, why does Gale have buddies?
Right? My army of darkness demons. Back. Okay. Ooh, there you go. Paladin's Brave. I have never actually played a paladin, so yeah.
Break your oath. I mean, I know very little about paladins, so don't listen to
Drop
me.
played one. Drop played. His first character was a paladin. He's always been a paladin. But a Warcraft paladin and a Baldur's Gate paladin operate very differently.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, they do.
Leave camp. Where are we even at?
Oh,
What
I
do
think I
we
need
even
you.
do?
No.
Oh yeah, I remember you.
I have a quest marker here. What's over here?
It's not the one that follows you, is it? Oh wait, no. Don't
No.
loot that. Don't loot that. Don't loot that. Don't loot that. Okay.
It's for. Is it you?
Where is he? Here? Where are we?
Oh, Biomelium.
Anything I can do for you, friend?
Oh.
But like
all
I
the way down
talked to
there.
him, and then because I apparently stayed at the face maker's place and just logged off. So. But.
Okay, I'm at the boutique. Oh, I see you. Okay.
Yeah, it's like right across the
Around the
boutique.
corner.
Yeah.
And I are safest back in the Underdark. Our
Phew.
research there must
Why is my
You'd
headset
think with
alien?
as often as I've played these, I would remember where everything is.
I
but
know
in
where
Act
nothing
3,
is.
do some good for those who call it
Man,
home.
there's something up. It's late. Well,
You
thank you,
Hi,
Nightingale.
Nightingale.
Appreciate it.
Army is defeated.
I appreciate you hanging
I understand
out.
You are involved in
That
the
is the
matter.
only issue because of the
I
sleep
hope our
potion.
gifts
Oh,
will
okay.
Provide you with some meaningful
Contes
assistance
did break my oath,
in
dirged
finding
in,
the
cut it
evil
off Gale's hand.
alone uncovered. Do let us know how you get
My
on.
poor Gale. There was a bunch of Halloween costumes I saw that were literally just like a hula hoop that was the portal with his hand. It was great.
Did you
so good.
see Dallas, Lexi's husband?
No.
He went
I did not.
as the portal and Gail's hand
That's
for
awesome.
Halloween. It looked so good.
Yep.
If I find the TikTok of it, I will send it to you. I feel like I thought I did,
Sounds
but
good.
in my mind I was like, here, and then I never sent it.
That's fair. Half of my stuff is still sitting like in the ow. Thank you. Tom.
It is best I do
Fine.
not interfere further with events on the surface.
I actually have to go get another water. I am totally unprepared. I completely forgot about everything. I'm just sitting here in 14 like I'm gonna run around and do stuff after condensing all of my glam stuff. 133 spots ain't bad though. Oh. Space pirates. I mean, space pirates are real.
It is pleasurable to see you.
Okay.
Your intervention
Aw.
within the cult.
I don't know. I have this stupid quest marker, but I don't know what it goes to.
My carelessness did not cost the
I'll
life
open or
of
because
a
I don't
brave
see anything here.
that
It's
you
probably the watch.
I-
It's the one that was on me, but now it's not on me. Now it's just randomly placed. That one surprised
Did
me.
you vendor the quest item by chance?
It
No, I
says
don't think
it's-
that counts.
It says it's in this corner, but I don't know of any quest that's around here that would even need it. Front the Elder Brain, get
Huh.
Gortash's Netherstone. Get
I talked to
Orin
Omilium and he gave me the quest dialogue like I finished, but we had already gotten the reward. Did that clear anything?
Theme, Floric. Maybe gather your allies.
of someone else.
Because I have the last. We have Gondian, Barkis,
Gondian,
Grand
Farkas,
Duke,
Duke,
Roland,
Isabel.
Mizora, Isabel, Dame Lynn, Floric,
Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
and he's not mentioned, so maybe him.
That is good questions.
Orphic Hammer.
I'm starting at 14. I haven't taken my glam since Shadowbringers. Not like that's fair. So for the longest time I was a female Elizin. That's what I started the game as, and everyone's like, oh, no one ever plays a female Elizin. And I was like, well, they were cute and they're very elegant, and I will finally concede, Helios, if you're watching, they run funny, okay? There, I said it. Anyway.
I like their arms pumping.
But I went to the male bun, so like a whole bunch of my glams don't really work as well on a male as they do on a female, so I had to kind of change everything. So yeah, it's fine. Some of them are still my female ones. Like I have we did a Halloween costume contest. One of them, I went as Yennefer, and my good friend Lem dressed up on his Lala as Geralt, so he was like mini Geralt.
Adorable.
She was mini Geralt. It was great. And then,
Indeed.
Swolfrog
I find I now
That fits though. That's like a theme, a character theme. So I get it. Get it.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I'm kind of in my K-pop era. So I have the headset thing, and then I think I'm wearing the Marshall shirt, the sleeveless one, and then the new belted pants because they're leather and strappy, and I like leather and strappy. Anyway, yeah, I don't see anything down here as far as a quest for
Oh my! I was looking. I'm like, maybe it's a body part. No, it's just an arm and a leg, but it's not a clown's arm and a leg.
I don't know. I think it just don't like you. I made a Femro once. I haven't really played her a lot. I think she's level 50. She's still in her Realm Reborn.
Can I do it from the map? Can I find out that way? Map. Maybe I can find out what quest this is. Zoom in. The Blade of Frontiers. Read the Legend of Answer. Read the book.
Yeah, so it's a book. Do you have the book on you, or did we vendor the book? I thought we read it.
We know the risks when we go out
I'm
into the field.
You beat me to it.
Yep. Actually, if you sold it to him, I don't know if I can see it, but
I don't know.
Oh, wait. Yep, I found it. Bye.
Yay!
I got it. Problem solved. Do you have any good scrolls, actually? Scroll of Death? No.
Ribbit.
I couldn't maintain it. I admire you for being able to maintain it, because I can't. I get lost. Okay.
Oh yeah, I wanted to.
Could have sworn we read this in camp when he gave it to us. Maybe not.
Woot! Progress!
Right.
Awesome.
Wait, is a Millennium gonna turn into us? Oh no, he's just drawing runes, I think. Like, that would have been cool. Like, I wanna
Do that thing, man.
Copy of
Right.
me. Okay. Do we want to do the guild stuff?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Since we
Yeah, your
haven't
children
really
are
gone
like
down there.
swarming me. Could you have them stop?
Yeah, they're kind of special. That makes sense for a frog. I'm a melee main. Warrior's biggest main mostly. If I'm DPS, I'm a Reaper. I'm learning Summoner. I don't know where I'm running, by the way. I'm just kind of meandering. So far, I'm having fun with Summoner. I'm still adjusting to learning how to do ranged and raids because I'm used to having boss crotch in my face. And you can see stuff, and I'm apparently really bad at looking around.
I'm going to the bar really quickly.
Okay. Oh, we haven't done the chickie, the
Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid.
hag.
Yeah, and I'm curious how
Warrior
that will
dragon.
run without Marina.
No pissing or
Yeah.
shitting. If you break it, you pay for it. Good. Welcome
Survival
to the
failed.
Blushing Mermaid.
Welcome to the Blushing Mermaid. All right, come here, Starian.
Can we convince her to, or convince him to stay? Let's see. These two are adorable. Have you ever talked to these two? They're freaking hilarious.
I don't think so.
The city is a hair's breadth from violence.
It's
and
super
we're shipping
cute.
off at first light.
So, I'll be back by then.
Mate.
He just wants to get some. Let him get
Skip
some.
the date, and I'll take
Right.
you out the next time we port. All right?
Her eyes shine with concern.
Yes, I got the
and
insight check.
love.
Aww.
More than a friend.
Aww.
Yep. This woman clearly loves and worries about you. You should listen to her.
I'm not close
I
enough
don't
for butt
know.
touch.
It's a 7.
I'm not close enough for butt touch.
Tough roll. And we start the night with a crit. Okay.
All right,
That's gonna
dice.
be my only one.
Yeah, don't make it all ones now.
I wouldn't
Great.
go that far, but yeah. I'm
Aw.
worried about you, mate. Ship wouldn't be the same without you.
Aww.
On. You know I'm a sucker for that soppy shit.
You're so
No
cute.
date. But let's say we grab another one here for the road. My treat.
Deal.
Every
Now
time
smooch.
we get here, drops like, yeah, shorty stag. Whereas in Shadowbringer, I can't can't heal. Me and healing don't get along well. If I wanted to try, we probably could. I just don't have the brain space.
I mean, if you ever want to learn it, I will be your tank sacrifice. It's fine.
It's
I've given many of friends their sacrifice so I could learn to heal, sort of, kind of, maybe.
That's fair. I might get in there. I do want to learn Sage, because I really did have fun in Disc Priest and WoW. It was a lot of fun. Oh, listen, darn it.
Sharp-eyed, aren't you?
It wasn't a roll, it was just like, oh, I'm shocked.
I may not sail the seas anymore,
right?
But that doesn't mean I'm not ready for trouble. So behave.
No.
The other part of me is like, do I try and get better with Machinist for Deep Dungeons?
Yeah,
I know they're one of the better.
I heard that
classes.
Machinist is really good, and I took it in when I was deep dungeoning, and I think relearning the class and going in was a mistake, or relearning as I was going through it was a mistake.
Fair.
Okay.
Huh. Okay, so can we go? Where is?
I think we have to go to the post. No, it's to the guards, and
well,
that's where the woman is.
So the guards is for the chick. Well, yeah, I guess we need to go up to her first. So let's go. What just happened? Okay. Basilisk Gate.
Guys, I just teleported.
Class 9 to care myself. That's fair. Yeah. I like worrying about myself. That's one of the reasons I love Warrior. Oops, did I mess up? Don't worry, I'll just heal myself out of it. Because I'm a warrior.
Nobody panic, guys. I'm a healer. Not really.
I mean...
You sent word about a lead. Said that I should come see you about it.
Of course, madam. Let me just...
So I'm curious, is it Gortash that was screwing with her head?
No, I think it was the hag that was screwing with her head.
Okay.
Do you have any idea what I've been through these past
The downside, Red Knight, that I'm learning Summoner is I have to res healers, and I'm not always good at paying attention to my party. Yeah.
Hey, the more you play it, the easier it is to, like, have an eye on it.
It's just getting used to it.
Yeah.
The more I play it, the more I will.
And then you'll go from Summoner to Reaper, and then you'll panic because you're not doing any, like, looking and... Yeah.
Well, and then I'll try to raise. So, raise is on my middle mouse click. For all of my casters and healers that have it. And for my Reaper, it's True North. So I just be like sitting there spamming True North, being like, I don't know what's going on.
Why aren't you coming up? Oh, yeah.
Right. I heal you with melee blood over your face.
By killing the enemy, so you're fine.
I'm listening. Tell me what happened.
Excuse me, citizen, but if this is a criminal matter, it's my business, not yours. Now, madam, if you just
well,
tell
you're
me
kind of
why
not
you're
really
here,
helping her.
I'll take down the details.
It's not funny. I feel really bad for her, but she's like, oh my god, what? Why is this? Like, what?
She's 7 years old.
Who did I piss off?
But I feel like sometimes like some of the guards that I used to talk to, that is literally like what it is talking to them, and I just kind of have to be like, okay, I'm gonna walk away now.
I'm just, you're terrible. Thanks.
Very much.
Unless you count a couple
Very
of
much.
old drinking mates at the next table, but they'd be no help. They barely remember their own names.
I've had nights like that.
I swear. I stop in the maid for a drink sometimes, but it was only a quick one.
Don't matter, I can still get you drunk. He must have had some witnesses, surely.
The front of house, Bosun Gannet was there, and the owner of the Blushing Mermaids, Captain Grizzly. Neither lifted a finger to help me look.
Can't imagine why Captain Grizzly would not be interested in helping. I'll head to the mermaid now.
I'll head home. Can't stand being around these idiots any longer.
I'm actually curious if we go down to that hag room, if the guy is still there, the Dragonborn or whatever.
I may
The Hag
never have
Spy.
looked.
Since there's no Mayrina. We'll find out.
Oh, yeah, that guy. See, this is the other issue. I can never find her house. I have to Google it because I will walk through Baldur's Gate and never remember to go.
Do whatever you need to.
Yeah,
But
Gail,
I
we
shall
know
be paying
Mistra
my
has. We
respects to
already
any of the
talked to
gods
her.
on the show.
Maybe he had a senior moment.
Call of the divine, starring.
Oh, I tried them all. None of them answered.
I think down this way. I think maybe.
Like, I know what the house looks like, but finding it is always the struggle.
Like I remember, but I don't remember. I hate this feeling. Okay, so it's not there. It's not there. Oh, I think I remember. Maybe.
Okay.
No, that's the fireworks place. Okay. Nope. Whatever. We'll run past. It's fine.
This isn't.
I mean, I'm lost. Because it's Act 3. I always get lost in Act 3. With as much as I've been here.
Shouldn't go wandering
Are
in
we
dark
at temperature yet?
Very dangerous, hobby.
Oh, have you ever found Gortash's parents?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Finger, you notice
I just
I usually end up killing them.
heavy and with a
Oh, I do too.
symbol
Every time.
carved on its surface.
I found it.
I'm right there.
It's actually right past. Hey, now I'll remember. It's right past Gortash's parents' house.
Oh. Yeah, I did it.
Oh, I think you found the guild.
Bid you welcome.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh. Has there been stuff on it? I have it open,
Any of your stuff.
but I don't see anything. Hold on. Oh, because it hit it. God damn it.
You went muted. Okay. I can't hear anything anymore.
I don't like this setup, chat. It's obnoxious. I have to rearrange my chats. It's hiding stuff. And I was like...
Oh.
I'm like, I didn't see it. What? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot I have to look into for the multi-stream stuff. I'm not looking forward to it.
Hey, what if I just drop this one to the bottom? Drop you to the bottom.
I'm gonna go grab
Thank
a
you for
water
that,
while
Pets.
you're doing the thingy.
You're all good.
Nenny, can I have my foot back, please?
No.
Free, please?
Yeah, see, this is way better. Okay, we'll do it that way then, because that way
No,
makes more sense.
pause. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Look at all this that I've met. God damn it. Well, I appreciate it. That tells me that my chat was really weird. Because so the way Stream Elements had this formatted, it put TikTok chat on the bottom, so I could see stuff, but it was only showing me when people joined. It was hiding all of my messages, so I wasn't seeing any messages, which I don't like, and I will not keep it that way then. All right. But thank you for letting me know. This is live. No recording. All brand new stuff. I've urged with 9 fingers. Please do 9 fingers. Shall I tell you 9 fingers? Refuse, let me pass. Where's my stuff? This is an excellent question. Three. I think this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. Boop. Oh, that was a bad roll, chat.
Wow, I come back to a kind of a rough roll.
That was a rough roll. We can't deny the facts here. That was a bad roll.
It's the best of us. What am I rolling over? Oh, my sweatshirt.
Oh, see, and it doesn't even. Oh, god damn it! Okay, never mind. Alright, we're good. We good, Chi.
Okay, yeah, that is the guild thing. Okay.
Yeah. I was walking looking and I saw the dude and I was like, oh, I'll just, it's like auto talks. I was like, yeah, I'll handle it. It's fine. It's no big deal.
Oh yeah? That's why
Much better.
Nine Fingers asked me to guard the entrance to the guild hall. Come, I'll let you in. My pleasure.
Aw. Let's
What a
not knock over the
gentleman.
water. Right.
Alright, let me come back.
Yep, you're good. I'm trying to get my foot in a spot that does not squish ananas, but also allows me to engage in the warm.
Squish! You're like, Cat, you're gonna sit there. I'm gonna just bury my toes right in your fluff.
Pretty much.
Kind of the laws. Okay, I don't know where you guys are because I see 2 points for you.
Can you see the massive Gale horde behind
Well,
me?
that's the thing. It has them split into 2.
Do you see the vendors Sally Philum and Dravo Philum? Whatever.
You guys are done. You're over here. Yeah, so it looks like zombies got left in the lodge.
Oh.
So
Okay,
it split them there.
You.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm on my way.
Oh, yeah, I do see him over there.
But that was the issue. I was like, wait. But, and like, I know me. If I don't look, I'm gonna go the wrong direction.
It's fair. I was trying to, like, mark a spot, but it didn't. Yeah, I guess it did.
This way, I guess?
Yes, remove. Delete. Okay, fine, cancel. Delete. What is your problem, game?
Dead people feel bad. And then you guys are up this way. On my map, you guys looked a lot closer.
I mean, it's kind of a long. It's hilly. It's weird runs.
Okay.
Oh, it looks like there is still a doll.
Let me go down here. I made it!
Yay! She made it! Oh, yep.
An intruder. These people are under my protection. I'll not let you harm them. Hearken to my words, wicked creature. Return to the pit of evil from whence you came.
I'm Kai. Nice to meet you.
Who knows what spells it weaves around us? Quickly, cleric.
Helm.
I too am cleric. I fight you. Thank you for the chicken duck.
Hi, Duck. And burn its bones to ash.
Chapstick, you are amazing.
Begone, monster. Your hag mother holds no power here.
My mother's not a hag. She was a whore, but she wasn't a hag.
Right. Hag is after you. I can help. I fought one before. Touch me. I'll hurt you more than any hag could. Come on, then. I could do with a warm up. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Yep.
Do you want to touch
your
my butt?
I got your butt.
I don't know. I don't know. We have a bonus of 15 to 18, guys. I don't think we'll make a 15 roll with advantage. I'm calling it.
Don't jinx it.
Before I get double ones.
Oh, look at the one! Look at the one! The best is the other dice didn't roll. It just showed me the one, and I was like, oh god.
Same. Hang on. We need to write that timestamp. That's fun. Anyway, success. That's what I thought. See, I rolled a 20 the whole time.
Wait. Clyde smells no lie.
I'm
Then
curious
you
about
speak
his little
truth.
harness thing.
You fought a hag before.
I want to know where he got his nose from. I would like to be able to smell lies.
True.
Forgive the paranoia. We're being hunted by a vile and wicked hag.
I'm curious what
We
these
sought
guys did to get the
refuge
hag
here,
on their butt.
The doll! The doll!
Okay. The hell is that? Grab the doll. I hate dolls. Study the doll. I hate dolls.
Blast it all. We need to find it.
Interesting.
Before it hexes us. Spread out. Tear the house apart if you have to.
Does the doll happen with Mayrina too?
Yep.
Oh yeah,
It turns her into
yeah.
a sheep.
Right.
And then when you hurt the doll, it hurts Mayrina.
Yeah.
Let's see, what was it you were? Piercing resistance, necrotic resistance, fire immunity, psychic immunity, poison immunity. Fire
Immune
immunity.
to fire damage. You
Yes.
bitch.
Jerk.
Hey!
Don't be scared, Cled. Find the doll. I found the doll.
You removed my hex. That's annoying. I wanted to play a little longer. Auntie likes her toys broken. She's not going to be happy I had to get my hands dirty.
Sure. Tell me who you are now. Your hex. You were behind
They
this?
want to hurt Auntie. They have the book. I will die before I let anyone touch a hair on her head.
The hag charmed you. You don't know what you're saying. Nicely played, but it ends here. I don't know anything about this book. I have nothing to do with this. You're outnumbered and outmatched. Stand down.
The
Sit
others
down.
I will leave to rot in this house. But you, I will gift Auntie your corpse wrapped in your own intestines.
Hi, Alex. Welcome in.
That is very graphic and detailed. Oh! That's some horse crap.
What, are they downstairs?
I mean, I can get down there. Yeah, they're downstairs.
Yeah.
Rude. Oh, I don't have any superiority die.
Chat, the girl that's got a million movement and a bajillion attacks is offended that they're... Aw, I wrong button. I just
Yes,
hit it
I
instead
am
of
offended.
dashing. Ugh, now I'm sad.
Let's go.
Cool, he just cast
Where do we wanna go
Celestial
from here?
Haste. Oh, I have the bow that you want, right? Did you ever get the one that you wanted?
I think I got the one that I wanted, yeah.
Okay.
Because you have the one from the big guy. Nicely done. Gale didn't even get to cast his firebolt.
Nope.
Alright, let's talk to Chicky. Hey, by the way, we solved your problem while you were standing over there.
I'm an imbecile. The doll showed up days after the Dragonborn joined us. Why didn't I see it?
Because hindsight's 20/20. Hag and
Because
their
you were
agents
like,
are talented
my
liars.
pain!
Right. You mentioned a book. Does it mean anything to you? You endangered everyone.
I fell for a hag's lies once, and in my arrogance was sure it would never happen again. Blast it all. This is because of the book. I brought this on us all.
Tell me, maybe I can help. Must be some book. I agree. I'm not getting mixed up in this.
I was researching hags and came upon
I
their
do think it's
darkest
funny.
secret, a way to
I was
burn
reading
their
some
bones to
commentary
ash
about
and ensure they
Dispatch,
never return.
and
No tricks,
apparently
no
some of the
comebacks,
commentary from the
only
devs
the
are like,
cold
people are
permanence
too
of death."
nice. Like, they wanted people to be chaotic and just, like, be jerks to, like, everybody, because I guess that's kind of the way the game's designed. And
I
they're
mean,
like,
you definitely can be.
nobody's doing it.
Well, we like to be nice people. To be fair, they got Critical Role to back it, and the critters are some of the nicest people on the planet. So, like,
True. Like when you get that you know, I reload when I hurt somebody's feelings. If Karlak disapproves, we do it again.
Yeah.
Thank you. The red cap
I
proved
can't
that
do
I'm
it.
no
It's like, you know,
match for a
video
hag.
games make you violent. It's like when
Much
you
to my
reload
shame.
saves because
There's a
you
safe in
swore
the
on
back.
somebody.
Within is years worth of research. Kill her before she sends more of her monsters. I beg of you.
I mean, I did kill her once.
Oh,
Oh, interesting. You get that immediately this time. Neat.
Ooh, is it a... Oh, it's a staff for Gale. Ooh.
His staff's pretty good. You can, if you want to use it for
This
something
one
else.
has counter spell attached to it. You might get
The
a free
one he
counter
has.
spell.
Yeah, the one he has allows a free spell slot.
Okay. So it's
I like
pretty
that
much
one.
the same.
Right? But I can use it on a rank 6 spell, so I can get both my summons and my
Oh,
cloak
speaking of
thingy.
summons.
Keep us from the hag's gaze, vigilant one.
There he is. That's this boy.
Oh, Scratch. Yeah, I haven't summoned us in a while. Where are you? There you are.
And then Scratch's gonna be like, hey, look, dinner! And then just go and nubble on him.
I think we need some more minions. We got ghouls, we got Scratch, we got us. We need more.
Astarian, you need to have the scroll and summon Shovel. I think Gale can summon Shovel,
Awake,
can't he?
honey? Go, probably. Go back to sleep. You have to work tonight. Although
He's
it is
like,
kinda
but I
early.
screwed up my sleep schedule and now I'm screwed.
I mean, it's gonna be totally. It always is when he's on days. Like, it doesn't matter. Our weekends are screwed up. Yeah, I feel that, like, we knew it was coming. We know it's happening. The storm. He was laughing though, so it sounds like the storm is coming in from the west. And we looked this morning, and there was in the entire state 2 plows out. Just 2. And they were actually in our city, not the city he works for. He works for the next city over. We looked, I think he went to bed, I don't even remember when, a couple hours ago anyway, and like the west side of the state is just a mass of orange little arrows, which are the trucks in the direction they're going. So yeah, it sounds like the storm is going to be pretty big. They're saying like 6 to 10 inches apparently. I'm not ready.
Well, at least tomorrow's a weekend. You can stay cuddled up by the fire with some cats.
Well, I can. He can't.
Yeah.
He's gonna be out plowing snow.
But he'll be in a warm truck at least.
True. This is true. It's just, it helps a little bit that I can do all of my homework on Saturday morning instead of Sunday now. Because he's going in at 11 and it's, oof. Those rolls are, ouch.
I don't have any pluses. It's just a straight freaking roll with my guidance. That sucks.
Intelligence, yeah.
I forgot about that. Oh, we're good.
Hey, there you go.
We're wasting all our 20s on shit stuff. We're gonna be so
2 in the
screwed
first,
tonight.
like, 45 minutes of stream, alright. It's fine.
Your tadpoles.
But he'll go in at 11, and we think he'll be off at 11, and he'll start his 12's rotation, depending on how bad the storm is, so... Basically, one crew comes in at 11 p.m., works till 11 a.m., and then they switch.
Yeah.
At least for really bad storms.
Forces that control her are different, split somehow. Your own
Well, hopefully it's not too bad.
Nah. We're trying to find like a sticker or something we can put on the back of his plow where the camera shows so I can see like what truck is his. Like I know his route, but it's not always clear like if they're going back to the shop what truck is what.
Yeah.
It's fun to spy on him. Well, they're all posted. Like every truck has cameras and all of those are available on 511 so you can go see where everybody is. It's kind of cool.
Is it like open to the public sort of thing? So like anybody, oh, that's cool.
Yep. Anybody and everybody can go check on the plows. It's kind of a way for people to check road conditions.
That's a cool
They're
idea.
a little bit more accurate than like the street cameras and stuff.
Trying to keep this cursed shop afloat. Dangerous.
You still sold your kid. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Look, I feel bad because of what Enver did to them, but at the same time, I'm like, you guys are also assholes because you sold your kid.
I just feel like it's kind of one of those. Enver comes by it honestly.
Yeah.
Generational trauma is a thing, kids. And Karlak said it best. You get fucked up, you fuck up right back. Quote from the game. Quote from the game, I'm not making that up. Not just adding my own spicy vocabularies. Oh, I forgot to take a picture. The mailbox finished, and it actually turned out pretty cute.
Oh, yay!
I ran out of filament, though. so it has 2 different colors. It's fine. What you gonna choose?
I was debating between 1 and 2, but 2 is better.
For the gods to
Fair.
judge me, not my wicked son, and not you.
I'ma judge you. I'ma judge
Literally
you.
cleric. I guess is it do paladins judge in D&D? I know they're doing well.
Probably. I feel like everybody judges.
I mean, we all do, but there's actually a spell for Warcraft paladins that is judgment.
My son,
That was actually my paladin's name for a long time was Misjudge, MISSJUDGE. I was pretty proud of that name. Me and my puns.
Oh, what is this?
I don't know if you can actually, like, other than just walking away, like, save them.
I'm gonna just attack them.
Tadpole lashes and
Because, yeah.
Yep. Yep.
goodness, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm so innocent. Oh.
I'm having my boyfriend here stab you with his stabby stick.
Wow, she actually got a hit on me. Rude.
See, I said my boyfriend was gonna get you with his stabby stick, and he did.
Right. Yummy stabby sticks. All the shoes. I think they have some stuff upstairs.
Yeah, I think they have the good stuff upstairs.
Just Asterion. Wait, do we
I
have
got the key. You're all good.
Yay. Pockets.
See, it says magic pockets, but really what we do is we just throw them to each other.
Right. You're like eating from downstairs. Keys coming up.
There they are. Oh god, there's a person.
Your light fingers have attracted attention. It seems an explanation may be in order.
Why can't what? Weird. I went to listen in and it just gives me your dialogue. It doesn't actually like put me to where you are.
Because I'm not. It put me in a weird spot too. It loaded them in and then threw me out. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, I see. It's this crest of a person. Do I need to step in? Okay, you're good.
Oh my god. I'm gonna roll like shit when it matters.
Right? I mean, I started with a 20.
There we
go.
Alright.
Let's see. Trying to think where I want to go.
Your thievery has been
Excuse you, what?
Choose your next move.
Wait, is it towards me again? I didn't do anything!
It's
Okay.
me, but I don't. I'm so confused at what's happening.
Poor Gale. No, Gale, you're fine.
Yeah.
You'll walk free.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
Like, I didn't do nothing, but that's fine. I wonder where Gale went. Sees the ghouls.
Careful. Most my good. Right out. I've never talked to this person before in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure.
Wait.
Okay, have some money.
Ooh,
Ooh, dragon slaying, yes, because we're doing answer. Fitz, the shorty stack.
Oh, if you have her
vendor.
with Karlak, they have a really
Karlak.
cool conversation.
It's super cute.
It's so cute. Like, I'm gonna save Karlak just for their relationship because they're good friends.
Yeah.
It's a Mau Mau.
And she has
Hi,
a
Mau
baby.
Mau. Yeah.
Hello.
Not my kitty. She's in the bedroom.
Oh, gotcha.
This Mau Mau.
A different memo.
Yeah. Ah, so close. I'm gonna get bit.
Aw.
Cat's like, you did not roll high enough. I eat you.
I told Drop I'm probably gonna die going to something I shouldn't.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm gonna go, that's how I'm gonna go too. Look at this.
Have you ever done the newspaper thing?
I want to say yes, but I don't remember.
It's all the way back up towards the beginning. Just asking. Did I get the bow? Yeah, I have the bow I want. Okay. Do we want to go grab Yahira and go talk to the guild? I can let Gale take a break.
We can do that. And when we have Yahira, we can go to the house.
Yeah, that works. That way I can let Gale chill with his ghouls.
Did you want to sleep because you don't have superiority die?
Probably. Well, because do we have... No, we have a... Don't I get them... Hang on. I get them back on short rest. So if we want short rest, we can.
That's fine. I'm okay, and Asarian's okay. I just know you were...
Yeah.
You were kind of missing some stuff.
I can't prep attack if I don't have my superiority die.
Can't you do good stuff?
Nope. I'm not going to bother giving you any gear, though. Because you don't actually need it.
The day we show the Archduke that his tongue is not half so silvered as he thinks.
As do I, but we agreed to deal with Orin first. He seems more cooperative than Orin. We can't pick a fight until he's surrounded by a Steel Watch. We are... Steel Watch is dead. I don't...
Steel Watch isn't a problem anymore.
Still,
pretty much.
If you see sense in making an alliance, I won't question it.
Join me.
Flattered as I am.
Gale could do with the rest.
At your command.
Let's hop. Who says that? Just saying.
It's like, she shows her age a bit.
God. She probably has a best friend named Barbara. Apparently, Ashley is the modern Barbara. So I've been told.
What?
The
like
internet
name-wise?
has told me.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that Ashley is the new Barbara to them youngins. Yeah, we can go guild over here. Which I think is kind of funny.
I can see it.
I still laugh that when I grew up, no one had my name. Not a single person. I met one person that had my name in high school. That was it. Then I come out here. His ex-wife had my name. His aunt, two of his cousins, my pharmacist. Everybody has my name.
It's just a where your state is, because in Jersey nobody does. Well, that's not true. It was never really a name here, and then one of Doc's really good friends has your name.
I'm curious, like, if I could find like a some kind of if there's like a database of like most popular names by state. And it's just so silly. It's so silly because it's not that. I don't think it's a weird name, but can I go through? Good. You've already talked to him, so he's happy with me too. Boop.
He's like, any friend of her is a friend of mine.
Right. Oh yeah, this is where the kids are too. Hi, Ma.
Wow, look who it is. Glad to see you in the city.
I don't think I've ever found her after she gets taken.
Really?
Yeah. Because I don't really come down here. I always kind of forget it exists.
That's fair. Good to see you again. What are you up to this time?
A few ideas. I'll be running this whole place in no time.
Probably, because Mole's awesome. Is this guild business you're running here?
We work for Fetcher, handling what you might call pre-owned goods. Talk to Sticky. He'll cut you a deal.
Name is Sticky. I wonder how they get goods.
Right.
Are you talking about Scratch or us?
I don't know.
Because you can't have Scratch. I refuse. Hit my boy.
Maybe a bit of both. Show me what you got.
Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the show.
Oh yeah, I remember this cloak being stupid good. Lebane don't care. Alicia don't care. Invisibility don't care. How are you on Thieves' Tools and Trap Disarm stuff?
I believe we have plenty. Let me check.
I've got
I
3
have
and 4.
I have 10 and 10. And the Saurian has 15 and 15.
I think we're good then. I have 3
Yeah,
and 4,
he's good
so
for a bit.
we plenty.
Fine jewelry. Lifted fresh.
I love the interaction between Nine Fingers and Jahira. It's so good. Alright. And within butt touch range, we're good.
It's an orphanage, Ukta. What would you have me do? Seize their toys as payment?
Well, they failed to pay tribute.
I really appreciate Nine Fingers. Like, she's a hard ass, but she's still a human.
Like, it's an orphanage.
You're not suggesting.
I'm not gonna fuck with the orphanage.
Right. Like, I appreciate her. I think she's a good leader.
We already look weak. If you're seen to be forgiving debts...
I didn't say forgive. Seize the building. Are many children old enough? If they protect what's mine, we'll consider that a start on what's owed.
I mean,
yes,
that counts.
Guildmaster. Excuse me?
I'll punch you.
This is a private council.
Keep your
I'll still punch you.
clean, Ukta. We're playing host to a hero. You owe me a gold piece, grandmother. When I heard you died out in the wilderness, I made an offering at Kellamvor's well.
Of gold? Oh, I did not know I meant so much to you, Guildmaster.
I hope I get to be like Jahira when I'm old. Legit why I want to play Baldur's Gate 2 is entirely her. I'm trying to remember if I have it. I'll have to look again.
About why you're here and who it is you've brought with you.
Hi. We're her buddies.
Hi there, I'm a friend of Jahira's. A passerby. I heard you serve good food down here. Just exploring the local sewer life. I don't think I've ever done this option.
Thinking about moving in? I have some lovely lightless cells I could show you.
We won't tax your hospitality too long, Nine Fingers. I'm searching for Minsk of Rashomon.
A big name, that. Such information does not come cheap,
We have to go save Mercer.
We do. I only lost him once. And that was with the scuffed run as it was. So I was like, it's fine. Because that was the run. It was so funny because Doc warned me about Last Light. I lost Last Light, but was able to keep Jahira, which he couldn't do, which was great for me. And then I ended up finding Minsk, but I couldn't get him for some reason because I hadn't done something. I don't know. It was a weird run.
It's Minsk who's found
Fair
his
enough.
faith with Faerun's newest god. And a new name with it. Stone Lord.
Lies.
You say that name as if it means something. Let me see if he's joined the Absolute. Maybe he doesn't like thieves. Makes sense, Jahira. We know the cult can be persuasive.
Minsk was never one to need much persuading. Not when it came to spilling my people's blood. In his
I mean, he's
short
kind of simple,
reign,
though, to be fair.
Stone Lord
Yeah,
has
he's a simple
proven a
man with
reputation.
simple pleasures.
Pure brutality.
And the space
No
hamster.
survivors.
Yeah.
And where he
I love the
mows
hamster.
my people down, this
Right.
ripe little cult takes root. But not for much longer.
Oh,
We
come
have word
back.
on where he plans to hit next.
There we go.
And he'll find us ready to hit back this time.
Nine Fingers.
Rude.
Estelle. Call off your ambush. Tell us where he is, and we'll handle this.
We?
Aww.
I heard what happened to your harpers, Jahira. I'm sorry, but this fight's too big for you alone.
Have you met me? Actually, you know, I might gear her out and take her with us because the interactions she has with Knights are actually pretty cool.
I think the fight might be easier with her, actually. Maybe. I don't know. Don't quote me on it.
If you're half
Yeah, well,
the friend you're
I'll
posing
respec her
as,
to a monk
you'll tell
because
her that her part in this is done.
I prefer it.
The Stone Lord's fate is sealed. We have a bigger war to fight. I'd rather turn our talk to that, but if you need a moment, Jahira, well, you've earned that much.
Her face.
My guild hall is open to you. Have a drink, Jahira. Have a rest. Just leave well enough alone.
Yeah, that's
It's
not
gonna
gonna
be a shame
happen.
for the city to lose 2 of its heroes in one day.
That
She's
ain't
a
gonna
hard
happen.
ass, but like, nice at the same time. Though I don't like the fact that she's going to arm children, but that's... We'll talk about that later.
I mean, what if they're teenagers? Military's at 18. Like, I know that's adult, but I get it. I get it. All right. Let's go eavesdrop on some drunkards.
Here, kitty kitty.
Yeah, they're both here.
See? Nine Fingers is a master of strategic.
I relate to this guy so much. Oh my god.
Stone Lord out in the open, but she's got a spot picked out, see? And
I don't care about Stone Lord Tut. Don't care about some ambush. I asked, do you eat my last pickled ooze?
That sounds gross, I'm just saying. Wait, I want to hear about the Stone Lord.
Fuck her off. I'm talking to my friend about an ooze.
I don't
ooze.
Now, he who keeps his manners keeps his teeth. Besides, you are only pretending to be as wine-soaked as your friend here.
How can you tell?
I've been to fouler festivals than this, and you have the stage presence of Volo Thamkedarm. Now,
poor Volo.
You were speaking to my friend. Politely.
Get her, Jaheira. Get him.
Like,
White
Mama
Painted
protect
Truck.
me.
Right. Kitty got claws.
Mmm.
And the ooze first, and clearly it's important. Waste any more of my time, I'll turn you into a pickled ooze. I'm just here to listen to this fine man's tale about the Stone Lord. I've got a tab running at the bar. Indulge me, and I'll keep it open just for you.
Butt touch.
Butt touch.
Butt touch.
Yay. Grasp firmly.
They're grasped. Yay!
Yeah, we're good. And that right there, the expertise is why I got the stupid thingy. The tadpole.
You are a very beautiful person.
Thank you. Keep going. Tell me more.
Stone Lord.
Alright. No, seriously, keep going.
He doesn't know that there's just another guild operation, huh? Nine Fingers is gonna catch him with his claws in her coffers. I pity the bastard.
The counting house. But what the hell could Minsk want there?
Happy? Now, away with you. We want drinking peace.
Why are you still acting like you're drunk? Like, your homie is too drunk to notice. You're fine, I promise. Okay. I'm actually going to go respect Jaheira.
Okay.
Jaheira! Go punch things for me, please.
I bet she's being a badass monk.
Right? Huh. What you doing there, Mizora? Are we being a little vain? Are we checking ourselves out a little bit? Do a turn.
Karlak wants to talk to me? Karlak, I'll talk to you.
So, Gortash's parents sold him to a warlock. Why does that sound so familiar?
Can't we change my class?
I've got no interest in empathizing with the fuck. But maybe what he did to me was some kind of mirror of what happened to him.
Confirm.
When you get fucked up, you fuck up right back.
Okay.
And let's do sort by type. Okay. So, Jaheira, you need... I don't need your weapons. You can put those away.
Your fists are your weapons now.
You're gonna be a tavern brawler because OP. Open. Beep, 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 beep. Now I gotta decide what outfit I want her in. Do we want to do Orin? I mean, she looks pretty damn good. Kind of irony, though. You know, Orin and... I think that's the one I'm in, actually.
It's weird seeing her in something that's not her clothes.
I like that.
Ooh, yeah.
No. Show helmet. Turn off. Go away. Bootses. And a capeses. Ooh, a flutter cloak. Yeah. I like it. I like it. I approve. Okay. That is not what I wanted to do, but I guess that'll work. Open. We'll put you in something. We're gonna put you in Orin's outfit for camp. Because I'm sadistic.
Because that's what the ladies wear when we're in camp.
Yes. Yes. And also, you know, ball Jahira. I find it entertaining. Okay, so you need a necklace. One of the wearers healed their weapon. You don't have weapons. Or level for your weapon attacks. Attack damage and rolls with weapons. None of that helps you. My necklaces kind of suck, apparently. Do I even have any rings? Nope. Do you have anything? Do you have anything? Do you have anything? Garlic has some stuff. Not much. Nothing for rings. Gale, darling, what do you got? Here, you can have blank.
No, the ones I'm wearing.
It's fine. I thought I had some somewhere, but rings are apparently the one I don't have a lot of, which is fine. She'll still do plenty of damage. Oh, here we go. I have some, apparently. No. Boop. There we go. And then, do I have anything for you to have it ranged? You're not hand crossbows. Okay, can you use a regular? You can't use a heavy crossbow. Can you use a regular bow? You can. Okay. Boop. There we go. Alright, now, Tavern Brawler Monk! Woo! Level up. It's so much fun. It hits so hard.
Ooh, Jahira, you look real good.
Right? I'm digging it. Like, cause she's still, you know, she's not a druid, but I mean, it's still leather.
Oh, we match. Hell yeah.
Oh, did I choose the same top as you?
Yes.
Nice.
Our boobs look really good in this outfit.
I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
Way of the open hand, I think is what yeah. Way of the open hand. That's what I want. Boop.
Okay, well, so I can't talk to Jahira. You're leveling her up, so I'm gonna go smooch Asari.
So.
Okay. Smooch away! Tavern Brawler.
And a newly minted cultist, no less.
Strength I want or wisdom? I don't remember which build. Let me
I
look
doubt
real
he'll
quick.
be pleased to see us.
Tavern Brawler Monk BG3.
Can we?
Dude.
I suppose we can.
Nope, not what I want.
Kiss me.
Can't get enough.
Smooches!
I'm not surprised.
Oh, the smoochies. I love it. Let's see. Okay.
It's not really a stream without smooches.
Very fair. Need to recommend my ability, your strength, time level late. Choose strength or constitution. Absolutely choose strength. Strength okay. Told you on the decision to be made. Sit back and join new musketeers. One Punch Man. Ability score improvement. Yeah, we'll just do strength. I'll be a strength build. I know you can build it either off of wisdom or off of strength. And I just didn't remember which way was which. But strength is easy. I can think of that. Chihira gonna be more swollen Gale.
I mean, to be fair, monks are usually a little bit more resilient than a wizard.
Than a wizard. Fair. Feat, ability improvement, strength. Oh shit, I forgot to change her thing. Crap. Okay. Oops.
What didn't you change?
Do it again. I forgot to change her primary abilities.
Oh, right. Okay.
So... 4! I've never heard this line. I don't want a partner. You sound disapproving. My love life is none of your business. You sound disapproving.
I love when he judges. You've taken a bosom companion. Be careful when giving into the flesh. And I'm like, don't judge me, man.
No one piqued my interest. I mean, that was a little rough. Yes, change. Because what I forgot to do was when I go here to change this from dexterity to strength. I mean, I still want high dex, but I don't care about charisma. I really don't care about wisdom. You're not going to be making any rolls. So we're going to give you some dex because...
Chat, those are famous last words. She's not going to be making any rolls.
Fair. You can quote me. Flip it.
5 minutes later. Oh no.
Right. Fine. Does that work? Yes. Confirm. Monk. Yes. There we go. Now I'll have better strengthies.
Woo!
Because you kind of need to be strong to punch stuff.
Kapow.
Kachiga.
Chihira is now level 2. Oh, I can just see it in the little corner. Like, I don't see anything else, but it's just telling me that you're leveling a lot. I'm like, okay.
I have abused the level up to recycle vendors so many times. So many times.
I love how Withers is in the far corner with Chihira. Oh yeah, because you're using... Never mind. I was going to say, like, you're all the way by the door, but Chihira's all on the other side. But yeah, she'd be the one talking to Withers, not you. It's fine. I've played this game before, chat. I fully know what to do. I also want to point out that the bathroom is the only thing here, and it's totally open. Everyone watches us bathe.
Fair, both of us thought it was Saturday, like, all day. And I was sitting here, like, I even looked, I was like, oh, it's 1 o'clock. How come I haven't seen Waves' live thing yet? I don't understand what's going on.
Nope.
I'm fine.
It was funny because I was going to text you earlier, and then Doc was, like, super busy. So I was like, no, I don't need to be screaming over smooching while he's at work. Hi, Killer.
Sure
no, it was not me this morning. I was definitely 100% not live. Dear Santa just joined my TikTok. Santa!
Okay, so I can't do him. Yeah, we'll do alert, I think. I don't really care about Lucky. I'm only really going to use you for, like, 2 fights. So, all right. I think
basically, once Mint joins our party, you're going in the corner.
Pretty much. But at least you can sit in the corner with, you know, your sexy leather, because that does look really freaking good on her.
It looks really good on her.
I approve. We approve. It very much enhances the ladies. It's very supportive.
Yeah.
Much approved.
See, and I just want to point out that I think Astarian's my height. Hold on. No, I am shorter than him. But if I take my hands and I put them around his neck and I smooch him down, he can just rest his little head on my bosom.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Let's see how is Gale? I think Gale's taller than me. Pretty sure? I don't know.
You like distance.
Yeah, he is. He's a lot taller than me. We're good. I was so I was running around in 14, and a friend of mine, Eludia, was streaming. She was doing the newer deep dungeon, the level 101. And I went out, and she was like doing the quest, and I just like ran up and doted her and left. And female VR are so much taller than the boys. I was like, I feel so short. She's like, yeah, I'm a max height bun. I was like, so am I.
Yeah, Jason. I think Jason is a max height, and he's so tiny comparatively. And then it's so funny because like I have a picture where he's unlocking the Amphalos. So he's standing next to Graha, and Graha's so much shorter than him. And I was like, and Jason's like small compared to like the other male classes.
Yes,
I love it.
Boy bun is very small, but I'm like, but hot.
Yeah.
I can't help it.
He's cute. The bun boys are cute. It was so funny because I really didn't like Fieras. I was very like meh on them. And then they talked about the male bun, and I was like, yeah, maybe. Nah. Endwalker dropped at 4 a.m. At 7 a.m., I was on my computer. I already had him created. He was in the benchmark, and I uploaded him to Marbro. So we had a home to go to before like all hell broke loose. And then I went to work. And it took me a while to actually play him, but I was like, honey, for a girl that was like, I don't know how I feel, I created a boy real quick.
We want the bank, don't we? So we want to be... Well, what are we doing first? Are we going to deal with the hag, or did you want to do the Minsk stuff? They're both kind of in the same-ish area.
You cut out for the first area. What? I heard the bank,
Do you want to... Bank or the hag?
Well, we need to...
Because they're both kind of in the same area.
Okay. I think we have to...
doesn't mind being in a party with all girls.
Oh, I bet he's loving it.
Right.
Oh my god, Jerry, you look so good from the back.
I need to make the hag's bane, actually.
Ew,
I didn't read the book.
My game did a weird thing. I don't like it. But I'm gonna keep doing it. I don't like it.
Okay.
Look at that. There's his eyeball. I just... Good detailing, though.
Eyeball. What eyeball?
So, like, if I zoom in, it, like, brings me into his skull, and you see his eyeball.
Gotcha.
But, like, you see the red and everything, like, all the veins of the eyeball. So, like, gross.
For the art team, I guess.
Yeah, like... Gross, because I just zoomed in and I'm inside his forehead or his skull and I can see his eyeball, but like, cool feature.
That's funny.
They did that when I was playing TCG Card Shop. Oh my god.
Oh, I haven't started that. I kind of want to, but I also kind of don't want to.
I got super absorbed in it, and like, it was kind of my... I'm always on it when I wasn't doing something else sort of game. Like, I would wake up early.
Gotcha.
And Doc would wake up hours later, and I'd be playing TCG Card Shop. Like, I would have a stream on, because there's a couple people that stream, like, early-ish. So I'd be lurking them playing TCG Card Shop. Gotcha. He's like, you really are hooked to this. I go, well, I can't help it. It's kind of mindless. It's cozy. Like, so I'm doing really well on it.
We went through the Steam sale yesterday. Me and Drop, and I added a whole bunch of shit to my cart. I ended up buying all of it, so I now have Persona 3, I have Persona 5. I'm still fighting with Dragon Age to get it to launch again. It'll be fine, because EA isn't registering it that it's on my account anymore.
Yeah.
So I'll figure it out. Old games remaster, please. Totally lost my train of thought, but oh yeah, we were looking through all the different games, and one of them that popped up was one of my like OG cozy games, and it was Roller Coaster Tycoon 3.
Oh
I was so tempted. I was so tempted. I played Zoo Tycoon. I played Roller Coaster Tycoon non-stop. I played those so much.
The
I was
only game of that genre era that I hated was SimCity.
Never played it.
I mean, I played like very little of it, and some people loved it. I hated it, and I became more of a Roller Coaster Tycoon person. I played a ton of Roller Coaster Tycoon.
I remember a lot of people hating SimCity, and I think that's why I never got into The Sims, is because I equated the two. So I never actually played them
today. Doc judged me. He. So, I've told you about my throuple game. It's my main girl and then 2 other guys. Okay. Well, he came over and he's something, and he goes, "Oh, you're playing The Sims?" And I was like, "Yeah, just because I feel like it." And then he made a comment about like, was I having a family with my Sims? And I'm like, well, kind of. I go, I made my throuple. He's like, I don't understand you. I don't think I'll ever understand you. And I was like, what? Like,
you don't have to.
I can create. And he goes, well, do you create like your friends and family? And I was like, no, I did not create my friends and family. It's just characters that are living a polyamorous relationship with each other. Like, and there's no jealousy because I can turn that off now, which is a beautiful thing. So they happily are together. And as soon as I could have them all married, I'd be happy with it. Yeah. He's like, I just don't understand you. And I was like, what?
He doesn't have to understand. I get it. Boys, just tell him the next time he says stuff like that, just look at him dead in the eye and go, sheets, and then walk away until he figures it out.
I don't even understand it.
The sheets that were in front of the washer that he didn't put into the washer and literally dropped them right in front of it. That you sent me the picture of.
I love when you were like, yeah, Drop was like, yeah, and I was like,
yeah,
it's a guy thing.
I don't see anything wrong.
So, chat, you didn't hear this story. So I had asked Doc the other week, to take off the sheets off the bed because he sleeps later than me. So when he got up after breakfast, I could rip the sheets off the bed so I can throw them in the wash. Okay, normally he takes them off and kind of throws them at the foot of the bed. So I went to go grab them and realize they weren't there. I turn around and right in front of the washing machine, it wasn't open, but right in front of the washing machine are all of the sheets. And I was like, really? You couldn't just put them in the machine for me then? Like, you walked into the room. What? Men. So I took a picture and sent it to Guy.
Yes, and I laughed, and then I go show it to Drop, and I'm just like, because it's the idea of saying, go do the dishes or go clean the kitchen. Like, for most of us, those are synonymous. They mean the same fucking thing. But, well, you told me to do the dishes, I did the dishes, and walked. Okay. It's like the picture that went over the internet when the wife asked the husband to put spaghetti on the stove so she could make dinner when she comes home, and literally there is just a handful of dry spaghetti sitting on top of the stove.
That's a divorce right there.
Not that hard. It's basic people skills. It is not a man versus woman thing. It is literally how to not die as a human.
And in truth. Forgive me.
Hi, Sterling. Welcome in.
Way back when I was still dating Drop, because we were dating long distance, and he had started, or he had gone upstairs. No, he was upstairs. He went to start water boiling for mac and cheese, and then got distracted in his room. Well, his sister came up, saw the water was boiling and the mac and cheese on the counter, made it, and then went back downstairs. So he came out and he was like, "Oh, the food made itself."
Show the guards this temporary vault pass.
Not how it works.
And should my superior ask,
but it was funny.
Keep my name out of it.
I know nothing.
Well, that was like last night after dinner. We were cleaning up, and we were just chit chatting, and we were talking because we had a friend over with us, and the 3 of us were talking and about Doc and some of the stuff that he doesn't do, all the fun stuff. And then his mom is in the room with us, and she's just like, "I get it." It's a guy thing.
Yes. There was another one that was like somebody stacking dishes like to dry, and it was literally like way overflowing. And Drop's like, I don't see anything wrong with this. And I'm just like internally screaming. It's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine. It's kind of like the inventory discussion. So in our Discord, or in Waves' Discord right now, there was a little bit of a discussion because I was clearing out all of my glams to do the set or the outfits. I didn't know it was a thing. And then I realized that it reduces the number of items you have in your chest. I was like, heck yeah.
That's
like,
so nice.
Expansion coming soon. I need it.
Thank you
I was
so
at, like,
much for the
733 of
roses
800, so
and
I
the
knew
heart.
I was
I
getting close.
appreciate it, Sterling. Thank you very much.
So I went through, I did all of that, and I am very much like, I want an organized inventory. Like, I try not to keep crap that I don't need. Like, even in these games, probably send this crap to camp because I don't need it. Like, it bugs me if my inventory is messy or full or I can't find something. And he's like, oh, I don't know how you do it. Oh, and then another friend of mine is like, well, I don't really organize it on my alts because it doesn't really matter. It feels like a waste of time. You can't find anything.
Oh.
You have no idea where anything is in your inventory. But that's actually something I realized Drop and I have in common because his garage is set up that way. Like, he tries to go and help some friends with, like, car stuff, and their garage is, like, a typical person's garage. It's where everything gets thrown and just goes there. It's not their workplace. And he'll be trying to find, like, a 10mm socket, and it takes, like, 20 minutes, and he's just seething and raging the entire time. Because, for him, time is money. If he's not turning a wrench, he's not making money. So, I love him to death with it, but it's so funny how mad he gets. Like, mad's not even the right word. Just how frustrated he gets trying to help somebody else with their tools. He's just like, it's not organized. And then he comes home. Like, he doesn't say it to them. He comes home and bitches about it. It's so funny.
Growing up, my dad had a toolbox, didn't label it, it was just a toolbox, and it was kind of organized. Like, there was a general idea of where shit was. So it was fine. Like, he could tell us, like, third draw, it's there, blah, blah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, then he got, like, a fancy new toolbox. Oh. And he sat there with a label maker and labeled all of the draws.
John did that? Or,
so, like, his old one was still, like, a clusterfuck, but the new one was, like, very nicely labeled.
So, the old one, we had, like, it was more like a chest. So, it was kind of like a slimmer, like, it wasn't very wide, maybe 2.5 feet, 3 feet wide, and it was, like, double stacked tall. He went through and labeled all of the drawers for, like, wrenches and, like, sockets. So, if I needed to go get something, I knew exactly where it was, and if he had to direct me, he could direct me with no issues. Oh, hey, there's water here. I never realized that. Interesting. Thank you, game. And it was really funny a while back. He was helping the neighbor the neighbor was working on his brake lines. And for those who aren't familiar with the automotive world, there is actually a very special flared wrench for brake lines because you can't.
Hey, Angel, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
So the kid came over and he's like, I'm looking for a wrench. I was like, okay. Do you realize how many wrenches are in this garage?
Yep.
You're gonna have to be slightly more specific. And he's like, well, it's like kind of angled and it's got like this and it's got, like, he's going through this whole description. So while he's talking to me, I pull out my phone and text Drop, who's over at the neighbor's house. And I was like, what do you need? And he's like, the brake wrench, this size. I was like, okay. So I go in and get the tool and hand it to the kid because the kid had no idea what he was talking about. It was hilarious.
See, like, if someone tells me something, I will I wasn't when I was a kid. I was terrible at remembering shit when I was a kid. But as I've gotten older, if someone's like, I need a socket wrench. Okay, I can get you a socket wrench. Or I can get you, you know, a mallet or a hammer or the Sawzall or whatever. Like, but like, if someone goes to me, go get a tool. What tool?
Exactly. And like a lot of them, I say I'm wrong. Like he'll be talking about a wrench and I'll think about a ratchet or you know, whatever. I still screw it up, but it's just kind of comedy to me. And my favorite one so far, my sister-in-law was helping her friend do some minor repairs to their new house. and part of it had to do with they were using like plywood and they had to cut out some shapes for like the kitchen. The husband looks at her and goes, "I need the squiggle saw."
The squiggle saw.
What the? It's a squiggle saw.
Nice.
A jigsaw. He was asking for a jigsaw, and I was like, "Oh, okay." Comedy
At least call it the puzzle saw, so I have some sort of idea.
It was freaking comedy. It was very, very entertaining.
My fire just went out. I can smell it. Oh my god, it's so good.
Oh, like your fireplace fire?
Yeah. It was funny because I go to Doc. Yeah, I don't like running the fire without being able to watch it. You know, just in case.
Fair.
It was running for so long, I kind of not forgot about it, but I forgot about it. And then Mallow came over and she was sniffing it, and I was watching her, and she was fine. She was more scared of it, sort of, kind of. My fear was that she was gonna walk past the metal grate and try to sniff it, and I'm like, don't be that cat.
Cats are pretty good with the heat. Like, we have an actual like log fireplace, and I really thought the cats were gonna be like up in it, and they're really not. Like they lay in front of it, kind of, but they're mostly like they know.
I just
they're smart animals.
I love her. I question her sometimes, so I was a little concerned. So we were like, okay, this is fine. And then I kind of forgot that it was going because it was going a lot longer than it's supposed to. Because the log is only good for like 2 hours, and it was definitely longer than 2 hours. So when I had the Mallow cam on, I was like, oh good, I'm gonna just let the camera run so I can watch the fire go.
Whoops.
Look guys, we have a Yule log going and you'll never know it.
Is it fixed? Wait, did it fix itself? Hang on, I'm gonna test something real quick.
Okay.
Did it fix itself?
You know, I also call things a thingy. Because I forget the name.
It fixed itself!
What fixed itself? What happened? Yay, kitty cam!
I don't have kitties, but we have kitty cam. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I have the camera, but I have no kitty. She's sleeping in the bedroom.
That makes me happy that it fixed. Every time I see a mimic, I think of Frieren. Have you watched that anime?
I have not.
I think
I've heard it's really good, yeah.
Yes. Well, she likes to, like, go and... She's a loot whore, as we all are. And she goes and looks in everything, and there's quite a few times where she finds the mimic. It's super cute. I think you'd really... It's a fairly short anime. You could probably even binge it in a weekend. It's only one season at the moment.
Maybe I'll do that when, like, Doc's not home. Just because I have nothing else to do. You know, like, we don't have plans.
Yep. I think you'd like Fern a lot, too.
And turnips.
Mercy.
But you are
Hi, honey.
turnip. Let that be of comfort in your
I love that, like,
moments.
him being able to voice this was kind of like a little geek dream of him, of his. I watched a couple interviews. They're like, heck yes, I'm gonna voice Minsk. Are you kidding?
Yes, of course. Like,
right?
I'm gonna step in of you. Hi.
And he's gonna get all confused.
Hi.
The Absolute has shown me your face, villain. I will beat it into a more pleasing shape.
Excuse you. Oh, I wasn't in the room, so Jaheira didn't get cued. Damn it. That's fine.
What's funny is I'm pretty sure you walked through before I did. Because I saw you vanish and then I clicked it. And then it picked me, so I was like, okay, thanks, I guess.
Oh, I didn't click it until I saw that the quest had updated.
Now come, Stone Lord.
Yeah, it's fine.
We have the gold, and the Absolute has need of it elsewhere.
As you say, Jaheira.
I mean, I will say that they were very smart in using Jaheira's appearance. Okay.
Well, the only way I'm gonna do shit is if Jaheira's there, so I might as well just get Jaheira to... Where am I going? Astarion, you don't see anything. I don't know who you can kill.
So there's one person, basically right next to each pillar.
Yeah.
That's invisible. Do I have fireball scroll? Fireball scroll. Fireball scroll. Do I have a fireball scroll? I do, and you can use it. Gotcha.
I'm gonna waste that.
Oh, sanctuary. You can't really do anything else.
Your
right,
names?
well, we're gonna Misty Step you.
Do you mean like our like Kai
down
and,
over here so
and Waves, or do you mean like a character
can
names?
you actually get that?
My
I
character's
might be able
name is
to be
Waves,
sneaky.
and hers is Kai. We're very original in this
Allie, let me go.
playthrough.
Okay.
Alright. Sorry, I can't do nothing. I don't like it.
I hate the sanctuary bullshit so much.
Sanctuary.
Come over here and get you.
Alright, come over this way, I guess. Just take the stairs or get something. Something. Astarian does stuff.
Fuck, you're unstoppable. Trip.
Everybody's invisible. They can't do nothing. Oh, they're out of range.
Yeep.
Alright, well, can you just attack normally then? Not enough movement. Alright,
Give
well,
me your weapon. Thank you.
I guess you're dashing me with your action. Alright, there we go.
While you're doing combat, I'm gonna go grab a water because I am out, and a snack because I'm kind of
Grab me water too. I'm short.
I would love to send you one. It might get a little warm by the time it gets there, though.
Maybe not. It's really cold out.
That's fair. Also kind of tempted to get another bowl of soup. It was so fucking good. It was good.
Soup.
B-R-B.
Okie dokie. Oh, I'm a cleric, guys. I have sunbeam or sun daylight. I have something that'll break their stupid invisibility bullshit. Oh no, they stunned Kai! No! Welcome in, Lunar. Welcome in. Alright, my turn. Oh my god, I have health already? Crap. Alright. I am going to do this at level 4 on myself. Haha, sucker! And then I will heal myself because I do not wish to die. I will go here. I was gonna say, who's the follower of Bull? Yeah, Cortash. Right? No. No. It's Orin, because it's murder hungry. I found a way to get past the BS of the invisibility.
Nice.
I cast Spirit Guardians on myself.
Oh, there you go. I go upstairs and there is the container of the last 3 salted caramels on the counter.
Aw.
Yeah, because he's asleep. Well, should be asleep. I don't know if he is still. Boop.
Good boy, Scratch. Good boy, Scratch.
He crit?
Yeah, he did. He did good damage. Oh, also
I'm
you're
sorry,
stunned.
Astarion, you've been replaced. Ooh, yeah, Jaheira is. Why is Jaheira stunned? Why am I stunned? And why can't I not control it?
Because there's an enemy that hit you with stun, and you became stunned.
Oh. Yeah, I can't do anything at all. Not even letting me end turn.
I don't know why I did that.
Why is split pea soup so delicious?
I've never had split pea soup.
Really?
My mom really didn't like peas growing up, like when I was a kid, so she never made it. And then I kind of got turned off by the color.
Fair. I mean, it is poop brown.
So I'm like, maybe one day I'll try it.
Maybe if you come out here, I'll make it for you. We, it was our power out food. So anytime our power went out, my mom would make it in like a big stock pot on our fireplace.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. Super yummy. Rude. Rude! Ow!
And then they're like, ha, now you can't see me, bitch! Like, you're gonna punch me in the face. At least make me eye contact with me.
Right. Buy me dinner first.
Mm-hmm. Ow. You're a bitch. He ran away.
Can he still be invisible with... your spell going?
Yeah.
Oh no,
he walked away, so...
No.
I think that's why it ended up working. I mean, these guards are doing pretty well, considering we haven't been able to do shit.
Better than my normal runs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Usually they fall over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, detect presence. Alright, I will...
Don't waste a step.
I gotcha! Alright, and then I will hit you with Lathander's Love. Aww! Scratch! He's got 2 health left! Scratch! My boy!
Us can probably help.
No, my guardians!
Shit.
You bitch.
Well, us almost was able to help. Wow! Look, you're stunned.
Okay.
Alright, us. Can you do anything?
Us, I think because you're, you're a brain with legs, you should be able to detect things.
Apparently not, though. Okay.
Like, whatever that was, you should be able to detect things. Just saying.
Yeah. This is Devour Intellect. Consume a creature's mind. If intelligence below 4, it takes damage and is stunned. And I can't get that far. Damn it. Well, you tried, I guess. Good job, us.
He's like, I attempted, sort of.
I mean, when they're invisible, there's not much if you don't have an AoE.
Yeah.
The one time I want to shoot the ground.
I'm like, I'll just firebolt stuff.
I didn't ask how big the room was. I didn't ask if there was any way out. I said I cast fireball.
My brother just opened a can of soda with a can opener. Is this normal? Stay clowny. I'm going to say no. But I'm also not going to judge. Maybe the pull top was broken.
Like a hand opener or like an automatic one? I feel like this is important. Hi, how was your nap? Why?
I have not heard of that, Sterling. I do not know.
So when do you need to be there?
I do not know who that is. The tab was usable.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'll get you in the morning. That means you'll be home by 8 or 9, right? That's more than 12 hours. Wait.
Drive safe, drop.
The time frame. I got it. Okay. That's fair. Okay, Wave says drive safe and stay warm. Yep. The life. Yes, it is. My little mailbox finished printing.
Yay. So I have a follow-up.
It's only holding paper. Do what?
I have a follow-up.
Okay.
The soda can had the tab. It was usable. He used an automatic can opener and then put a straw in it afterwards.
To each their own, I guess. whatever floats your boat. That is definitely...
We don't judge, but we have questions.
Exactly. It's kind of like... So, okay. This almost started a fight. When I make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you put the peanut butter on one side, and you put the jelly on the other bread. Like, each bread gets one topping. That is not how Drop makes peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. He will put the peanut butter down on the one slice, and then he puts the jelly on top of the peanut butter, and then puts the other piece of bread on. It's wrong! It's not right!
You would hate it. I do peanut butter on both sides, and one side gets jelly.
If you really like peanut butter, okay. I'm just not that big of a fan of peanut butter. Like, I like it. Don't get me wrong. I do enjoy it. But I'm not like, I must have it now. It's just so... The things that I don't really think about that I have a certain way that I do, and then I watch Drop do it, I'm just like, I'm doing it wrong. I have to walk away.
But Sterling, that makes sense because that's contamination. So my peanut butter and my jelly cannot be in the same container. So like I have to use a knife for my peanut butter and a spoon for the jelly, and they don't touch to go into the other container. But they obviously have to be in my sandwich. I've been in the biggest mood for peanut butter and jelly, but we don't have jelly and I keep forgetting to get.
Aww.
I'll make a peanut butter sandwich and I'm like, oh, I should have gotten jelly. Starring, you can't do anything, so we're just gonna stare at your cute face as he has his massive headache.
Okay, so that did move you. Where did it move you to? Right there. I think.
We need to kill people, so I move up in the initiation line, the
initiative
line. Yeah, there we go. My brain was like, nope, shall not word
You're
today.
Good. I get it.
Oh, I can't get close to his butt.
No, it's the other weapon that has sweeping attack. Okay, pushing attack, chain attack, trip attack, disturbing. Well, let's do that. Thank you for your spear. And then we're gonna attack you. That's all I have left. Hopefully I don't die.
You'll be okay, baby.
We'll see. Oh, that's where you went, jerk. Dang, you got some distance. Glitterbeard's not having a good day.
This invisibility, man. I've always hated it. I feel like this is extra today.
Stun. Can you not with your stun?
Like, it's either invisibility or stun, not both. I will find you. They're literally right there. I see them. Fight that person. See, now you got attack of opportunity because you didn't just kill the dude.
Times 2. The NPCs are not smart.
No, they're not. Go down. I got one. Oh my god, I got one.
There you go. What you gotta do?
I finally got one down. Okay.
Yay.
And then, do I have... Oh, I can't preserve life. I don't know if I can hit you. Where are you? Oh, I can hit you. All right, good.
I'm right down below.
Boop.
Oh no!
Did you not get it?
No, I think we're on different floors. We're on different levels. It did not hit me.
Fuck.
I'll be
that
fine.
Sucks.
Stun ends after this turn, so should be fine.
Us? Kill the dude behind me. I mean, he's not. He's only kind of behind me.
He's invisible, so I can't.
Yeah.
Yes, he's indivisible.
Oh yeah, you're right. I completely forgot that was a thing.
I thought it was Saturday all day. And she messaged me. She's like, "I'm ready to go. Whatever you want to go." I was like, "Oh yeah, it's Friday. I'm doing a thing."
Concept of days are way off, but then again, I've been on vacation, and it feels really weird putting on my
work clothes,
suspenders, and I'm like, "Fuck, I have to go to work." Damn.
Not only does he have to go to work, he has to go and shovel snow.
What Johnny said is he's out west, and he said it's coming down. He said it was wet, so.
Great, that means it's heavy.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be heavy. I can see says that it's going to continue to snow until probably super early Sunday.
Why do I live here?
Depending on where you look, some places are calling for it.
No, I want none of that.
Like 14 inches.
Not snow. But you got like 14 inches of cold. Excuse you, sir.
But what if I get a snow day? I mean, 14 inches sounds like a snow day.
Fair. What's up, Edrunner?
Hi, Edrunner!
There is behind.
I can find a picture where you're in the snow and you're all smiles and happy.
That's also 10 years ago. 10. I have been here for 10 years, honey. Just so you know. You haven't remembered. Decade. Technically, technically it's 9 if you want to be that specific, because I got out here in 2016, but very bloody. Not helping. He sliced his hand with a knife and then put a drill bit through his thumb.
No.
Whoa!
Put a drill bit
What?
through my thumb, and then I sliced it with a knife.
I'm not supposed to worry about him, apparently. Little bloodlust never killed anybody. Little death never killed anybody.
I mean...
You not die. Have you died?
No, we haven't actually. Thank you very much. No, because you were dead. Or asleep. You weren't dead, you were asleep.
One is definitely better than the other. One we want,
moving around.
One we don't.
Sleepy stuff, yeah. Even sometimes just resting, like laying down and not being active is helpful. Okay. Chihira, where are you?
Okay.
Oh, it's you. I'm just on Chihira. Okay.
Guardians again.
Not that kind of...
No, not that one. No!
I didn't say a damn word!
You didn't have to, and thank you for the chocolates. That was very sweet.
Oh, confirm Spirit Guardian. Yes.
Yay! You got it!
Oh, I killed him too!
Yeah! You got 2! You got more than I got, I think. Hi, Fizzy. You wanna go lay down? Here.
Hey. And then this should actually hit you this time.
So I go upstairs to get a water, and there's a Vesemir on the counter trying to eat the ham bone.
Nice.
Because there's still a little bit of fat and ham on it, and he was just like, "What's up? I'm just gonna chill here."
Oh, did you want this?
I mean, it's already done. I don't need it anymore, but it's still like, child. That is not where you go. See,
I can't reach you to heal you. I'm sorry. Don't die. I'm coming.
Fine. I'll be fine. I'm unstunned now, so. Fizzy, can you move your butt?
No.
Just a little bit. Over.
I gotta wiggle.
Over. You can still lick the bowl. Just move your butt over. Here. He's being a freaking piggy.
It's so funny. Mallow has been giving us like the death stare all day. I'm on the couch with her earlier, and she climbs up on me. She's like half on my chest, whatever, and she's just staring at me like she's plotting my murder. And I was like, this is terrifying. I'm going to like cover my face with my hoodie to protect myself.
Yeah, they can get wild hair sometimes.
I like she was super calm and cool and collected, but she was just shooting me like the death stare, and I was like, "You walked on me. You laid on. What is this?" Oh no! I dismissed him. No, Scratch.
Oh, you dismissed Scratch? Oops.
My bad. I wanted to end his turn because he couldn't hit anything, and I hit dismiss instead. Right, Astarion got one, and I don't think
I don't know where any of the invisible guys are right now.
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna just
Jaheira,
just keep him here.
Can you just come over here somewhere? Target is too far. No, it's not.
I know there's like at least one more over here.
I'm just trying to see, because like sometimes you can use your reticle to like locate him because it'll auto around the body if somebody is there. I'm just trying to find it, and
yeah,
it's right there. I see him. I think I got him. Yep, I got you. I got you. Do I have any other AoEs that I can do?
So I'm thinking a sleep after this is going to be needed.
That's fair. I am okay with that. And I'm probably gonna do. Well, I have an ad here shortly, so I'll just run it, take a quick break.
Me too. I need
Say
water.
Say goodbye to somebody since he has to go to work.
That'll screw up his whole thing. Normally he's off on Saturdays. Now he's going in after being off.
It's just a whole mess right now. That's fine. Oh, that didn't actually get him out of stealth. First,
Jaheira just splooted some tentacles. I have some questions.
Yes, she did sploot all of the tentacles. Yeah, there's definitely somebody right there. Do I have anything that I can use, though? Sorry if I hit you, Jaheira. That didn't get him out. Damn it.
Yeah,
that's right, asshole. Take that. Jeez. Oh, I need Gale. This is why I have Gale.
Detect a presence. Yay. There you go.
And then immediately run away to get up.
Well, but yeah, because they're an archer, they need the space, but...
No traps. Alright, let's go back the way you came. Not that it's gonna do any good.
And then...
Alright guys, sorry ad already started, but we're gonna take a quick break after this fight.
I can't do anything. They're just out of range.
You can dash and hit them, can't you? With the
no, for me, it's gonna be an action to use dash.
Right, but you have the AOE around you. So
Well,
you can
yeah,
still
but I
get
don't.
close to them.
Ooh, can I Misty Step to him? Oh,
Ooh, there you go.
oh, no, not enough movement. All right, I will use my action to dash. And then I
Run
will
super
Misty
fast.
Step.
Nice.
Here we go.
Pretty good chunk out of him. Now hopefully
That makes
one
me
of the
mad,
other
though.
characters has. Huh?
So that makes me mad because if I was able to do that without having to burn the action, if I could have just Misty Stepped to him, I could have hit him.
That's fair. Okay.
I'm sorry, and my love. Do the thing. You're too far. You're not gonna hit shit. God damn it.
Excuse me.
Just look pretty, I guess. Yay, he looked
Nice.
pretty. Now we kick him.
Right. I give her a ha, and a hi-ya, and then a woo-wah, and I kickers her.
Okay.
We are going to talk to dude.
I'm looting bodies.
You can tell
Okay.
Nine Fingers this was not my fault. She swore that mimic could swallow a bloody owlbear. Wait. You're no guild sworn.
Nah.
Hi.
The person who just saved your life, a little gratitude wouldn't go amiss.
Gratitude of the gold variety, I suppose you mean. Good luck with that. The Stone Lord just cleared our vaults. And now he has enough gold to make himself a lord in truth.
I feel like it's
And
not
you
as
wouldn't
much
even know what
gold
to spend it on.
as
It's the cult
like
that needs that money.
yeah.
Why?
You think anyone told me?
I love how he's not questioning the fact that he saw Minsk leave with Jahira, but Jahira is with us now.
I mean, I feel like they might be used to it at this point.
Yes, sir, Stone Lord, sir. Shall we open the account in your name or the Absolute's? Just step this way to your special deposit box. Don't mind the teeth. No
I mean, it's
one
fine.
mentioned he might have some old crone dropping in as backup.
Jahira, are you gonna take that shit?
I just mean to say, we both wouldn't
No,
court
she's not.
if you've got your sights set on the Stone Lord anyway. As chairman of the Fellowship of Financiers,
I do love that his last name is Glitterbeard.
and
And he's a banker. Oops.
Not for us, you understand. For the common Baldorian. Who knows what he's planning to do?
How much was taken? Say if I find the money, will stop me from keeping it myself. I just need to find Mix.
Compassion for your fellow folk? Or maybe just good sense? That much money only paints a target on your back.
It's really not that much money, though.
It keeps the city
I mean, I
ticking
guess back
over.
then it was.
Stock in merchant stalls.
Yeah, fair.
Food in hungry bellies. Retrieve
Yes,
the
Fizzy,
coin,
you're very cute.
and I'll make
Meryl?
sure you are well rewarded. There's treasures
Really cute.
greater than gold. Feel free to poke around this place and I'll
Yeah,
help you pick
boy.
up the Stone Lord's scent. Me, I've got ledgers to amend.
In other words, you got books to cook. Cook them books. Can I do it? Probably not, but I'm curious. 30, I think. Yep.
The Discord message I sent you.
Oh, I saw you sent me something, but I didn't look at it.
What now?
Which one do you have break?
It was a video or something, wasn't it? Yeah. I'll have to watch after stream. Oh.
Ow! Hey, roll 2 10s.
Yeah. You actually get that key when you finish this quest, so it's not that big a deal.
He was,
Be safe, honey.
if he had gotten a little higher, he would have been fine.
Try and make it easy for you to find Metro.
Yeah.
Still got the website?
Yeah, I have it bookmarked. You don't want to take Velma with you?
Don't distract him.
No, he was like, I said something about like, oh, I should just get like some boob stickers. So his daytime partner essentially, like, because they each have their own routes or whatever, and one's a night shift, one's a day shift. The day shift person on his route is currently in like, I don't know, Arizona or Vegas or something. He's on vacation. So he's not there. So the big boss, like the shop boss, is his other person. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just get like a big booby sticker and put it on your plow so I can tell what car or what truck is yours on the website. And he's like, no, because it's like the truck also is part of the route. It's not like, you know, anybody just takes any truck and does whatever. Like each truck is assigned its own route. So yeah, he's like, yeah, no. That's fair.
Especially if anyone can just pull up the camera to find the truck and the route. Like.
Yep. Completely public. Do we want to head to camp?
Yes, please. You look like you're kind of bleeding out a little bit. I'm sort of out of spell slots.
I has no more band-aids.
Just a little bit.
It's fine. Fizzy, quit hitting my keyboard. Gail, do you have anything? Don't think you do, but
all the places I expected would find this Minsk, crawling from the broken jaws of a mimic wasn't high on my list. What's life without a few surprises, eh?
No. Okay, we're good. Wait. You're gonna stay here for now because we're gonna go talk to Jahira's family. Boop.
Alright. Did anybody talk to you before I
don't think so. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it looks good. Okay.
Night time! I clicked the thing.
Yee.
TVs. Yes. Auto select. Go. Aw, no cutscenes. Okay.
Yeah, I think we've actually hit them all until we like do the big things. Yeah.
Yep. Alrighty. Alright, I know Ad already just played, but I need to get up and stretch for a second, so I'm gonna take a quick break now that we've slept, and then we'll go chill with Jahira fam.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm gonna do that too. Okay. I need more water.
Give me my thing back. Alright, burp.
Alright, chat, ready to go stretch, go get water, go get a snack. Good things for yourselves. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes, alright? Hang tight.
my own handwriting. How long ago was this? Years? All the time I spent training.
I don't remember any
hidden
graffiti,
away
I guess.
From the world.
I don't either. I'm like, what graffiti are you talking about?
I think I must have wanted to
No
leave
idea.
my mark somewhere. Just to prove I existed. Even to myself.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember any of that, but okay. Sure. Whatever you say, Shadowheart. You do.
Right? Whatever you say.
We ain't the judgy type. We just might have questions. And then I went and talked to Mizora for funsies, and she's like, "Yeah, I've had my eye on it." Yeah, no. Go away.
You're like, I don't want to sleep with you. Please get the hint.
Pretty much.
I made soup. Want some?
Sure, what do you got?
Slurp happy.
I also made soup today, kiddo.
She's a sweet girl. I like her.
She is, yeah. Enough to spend an hour re-rolling to save her ass. So, you know.
She was a child. I feel like if it was anybody else, I would have been like, fuck it. But it was a child.
Fair.
Like, I gave Lazelle, like, 4 rerolls. After I had to reload, like, for the 5th time, I was like, well, she's beyond saving. I guess it is what it is. And I just left her. I just let her die.
Right. Nice knowing you. Sorry, bye.
Yep.
That's fair.
Blame the dice. Astarion and Gale are reading?
I think.
I'm shocked.
No, wait. Is her house here? Nah.
Jahira's house?
Yeah, it's closer to the other side, I think. Jahira, where your house?
Be like, Jahira,
That's
auto run to your house.
right. That's Lady's house. That's... Like, I remember what it... Okay, I know where I need to go. Go over here. I remember roughly where I need to go. Like, I remember what it looks like. I just have to find it. It takes time.
I'm trying to think when I found it.
Am I gonna start the fight? No, don't do we start the fight.
I'm not there yet. Astarion and I slept in because of reasons.
Oops, it happens. I kind of left early and just started going back, but there's a when you run through the gardens or the park or whatever, there's actually like a fight.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So I wanted to make sure I didn't accidentally start that. I think her house is over here. Oh, there's the mermaid. Yeah, it's over here. I think.
I'm almost there.
I'm gonna keep telling myself, yeah, it's over here, and just keep running until I find it. Okay, I think I found it, because it's right by the statue of Balderon. Be nice if there was a teleport over here, but...
No, I walked up on hay bale.
Well,
Not the hay bale.
Gate, I guess it's closest.
We'll go this way.
It was actually like 3 or 4 runs before I found Jahira's house.
I've found the house before. I just never put 2 and 2 together that it was Jahira's house. I don't know why, because they're like asking and talking about Jahira, but my brain just couldn't compute that it was her house.
Fair, it happens.
It's like, oh, maybe it's like it's a house for Harpers.
Fluff pieces at once about those steel watchers. I think they're a menace.
You say it, red-haired chick.
I mean, she's cute. She's an elf.
She is. Fine.
We made it.
Yay.
Astarion, cover off the lipstick on your neck.
Right? We're in company.
Stop a moment.
Fine. Come in then. You might as well meet the family.
Jahira, you have a huge ass family. Like,
Right?
I never pictured you as like a maybe more than one child person.
Right? And she has like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
She'll be
Maybe she's sneaky.
Oh, Maller's mark. Here we go.
Are we quite sure she hasn't actually died this time, brother? She looks dead.
Smells it too.
Wow, rude.
Right?
It has been a hard road. But I can clip you both around the ear to prove I am no ghost. If it would help.
Forgive us, Mother. We're just surprised you still know how to find your way home.
She wasn't exactly willing. I think she'd rather go back to the Shadow Curse. It's a beautiful home. I figured Jahir lived in a cave alone. Stay out of it.
No, the second one.
My
vote's the second one.
The second one.
Dear well already.
Ryan.
Ascending spell can carry 25 words. Do you know how many Jahira's only message contained in all this time she's been away? 7.
The
Not
little
that she's
one
salty at all.
is like a spitting image of her.
This really isn't any of my business. What did you say? Met gorgeous hero out in Shadowlands. Is Shadowlands 1 word or 2? Only 7. That's cold, Jahira.
If you are trying to help me, please stop.
The message went, I'm sorry, you know what to do.
So why haven't you done it? You were supposed to get the young ones out of the city.
And you were supposed to be dead. That's what your oh-so-stoic message meant, yes?
I love the daughter.
You are.
That is literally mini
So?
Jahira.
What happened out there?
I got my skin saved by this one. We've come to take the fight to the cult. Which is exactly why you all cannot be here.
Why?
No.
You plan on winning, don't you? You're the one
I
who
mean, she's
saved
not
us,
wrong.
So tell me.
I mean, yeah, we're gonna win, but I can also see her fear. Like, if they're gonna get revenge on Jahira, who do you go after?
Well, it's
The
kind of-
kids.
Well, to me, it's the same thing as, like, with Dame Aelin. Like, yes, I want you near me and I want you close, but at the same time, if you're in danger, I'm going to be thinking about that, and I can't focus on what I need to focus on.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Not in this lifetime. The cult is powerful. It's not going to be an easy fight. You should really listen to your mother. We're all going to die.
We're all gonna die!
A little positivity.
You are a very irritating girl.
She gets it from her mother!
This isn't your house, remember?
Mhm.
You'll keep a civil tongue under our roof if we let you stay at all.
Have
Good luck,
mercy,
Ryan.
sister. She's old after all.
So old. She can stay, but only if she brought home presents.
Seems I'm outvoted. See, Mother? That is how you go about talking things through with your family. Now, if there's more to discuss, then bloody well come in. And wipe your boots.
Okay, Jahir, I gotta ask, one dad or all different dads or like...
I think they're adopted, but I could be wrong.
I don't know, the little one looks like Jahira.
Absolutely,
The blonde little one 100% looks like Jahira.
It is literally the mini her. Yes, I agree.
So I'm like, maybe some of them are adopted, but nah, the little one is definitely her kid. I need to know.
I hope you
Kitty.
were hibernating, little cub. I can't think of another reason you wouldn't come down to say hello.
Jahira, I didn't want to see if you were really dead. They said,
Aw.
Who said?
Jord and Ryan, they didn't think I could hear.
You little sneak thief? Well, they were wrong. Look, not dead. I just had a few adventures. Yeah.
She tried to kill me for one. I freed a pixie from a magic lamp. She was awful. Fought alongside a warrior angel. We broke the curse that gripped Moonrise for a century. I faced a god in death, bloodshed, death, more of the same. Shrug. Tried to kill me for one.
Never planning on letting that go, are you?
Nope. There we go.
Moonrise, like the place from your stories, Jahira.
The very same. We can give that one a happy ending after all.
Why is she looking
Now,
at me and
come.
not the kid? There we go.
Solitude is a wonderful thing, but not too much. Come downstairs and fight with your sisters.
Wait here.
Mhm.
I was keeping this
Oh
safe.
no.
My Harper pin.
Snow is on the ground.
Oh
A
no.
certain little sneak thief playing down in my sanctuary.
No.
Miss Harper pin.
Harper
opens my
pin.
door at breakfast. Come down to my study.
Excuse me.
And see if you can figure it out.
I mean, it's not that complicated, Jahira. It literally says a hairpin shaped hole. So, you know. Oh yeah, I think she has dialogue after kids.
I grow tired of these false faces. Every corner we turn, another. And now it is my face they use to turn Minsk against us. I am sorry, but I am just tired.
I get it, Chica. Enough skulking. Harper, now's not the time to grow soft. Why? We know Miss is alive. Now we just need to find him. Maybe we should have killed him when we had the opening. Of course, you're tired. You're ancient. We still have work to do. Rude.
Then you find out she's, 36.
Right.
To stubbornly insist you are
But
following
no.
the light,
It's not a
even if
Japanese
you
game, so
blinded
we're
through the
fine.
darkness.
She's definitely in
Right.
her early 50s.
Right.
The defect is mine.
Yeah, that. I've noticed that in
I left
anime
Minsk to
too.
this
Like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm
believe I
35
have
and
no
here's
choice.
my cane and my gray
Well,
hair. Like,
I joked about that in Shadowbringers when they were joking with Thancred when you're with Rin or whatever, like she swims and he gets tired and she's like, "Oh, you're old, you have to be careful." And I was like, "Bitch, he's the same age as me."
Right.
He's 32.
And so he believes the world.
Fuck you, Japan.
I have not. You saw the fool.
Pretty
Hanging
much.
on the banners, every word for no other reason than it wears my face.
Yeah, Minsk is kind of special. Do you have other options? Because all I see is
Hi,
continue.
Gooner. The first one is the cult has other ways of controlling people, infection, indoctrination. 2 is you don't have to explain Jahira, you're worried for your friend, it's not a crime. 3 is maybe you haven't changed as much as you think. 4 is doesn't matter, we have to find him.
See if you can, like, pick or suggest one, and then we'll see what happens when I hit continue. So frustrating. Anyway.
I picked one.
You think I flatter myself in believing it is my face alone that Minsk follows?
You picked the indoctrination one.
But I find
Okay.
myself hoping he is tadpoled. Come then.
I mean,
We need a lead
I
on
get
where
that,
the
though, like-
shapeshifters have fled to. Let's see what hints they left
I
behind in the
hope for
vault.
his sake that he's not just doing this for him. Pin slot. Yeah, maybe you could have named it something different. I'm just saying, Jahira. If you wanted this to be like a hidden thing, you didn't hide it very well.
Super sneaky. It's a big old button on the side of a desk.
Right. And it's not like a subtle button. It's literally like the size of the frickin' desk.
I've never been down here.
Trust me. Take
Oh,
a
really?
bite from the
Yeah.
pressure plate there.
I don't trust you. Just saying.
Have no fear. The
She
traps
clicked
aren't
something.
meant for you. But better to stay close, eh?
Yeah. Now, do
The
you
only
have
patch
animal
of
speaking?
wilderness this city permits me.
No.
There ought to be supplies here to aid us.
It's an aardvark. Oh my god, I'm gonna pick the aardvark.
If you speak with animals, you can talk to them.
I'm about to because I don't think. Do I have
I have a potion. I'm sending it to you.
Okay. Yay! I'm gonna go pick with the aardvark. Call it a badger, but it's like aardvark.
Badger, mushroom.
Potion.
Perception failed. How did Jahira's perception fail in her own house? This is literally her house. I'm so confused.
Hi, buddy.
Eyes and ears have fallen away in her absence. I'm training new ones.
Oh.
Bring word of gnomes. Gnomes in the sea.
Oh, yeah. That's not the greatest thing.
There's been killings in a holy place. Stinks of incense and blood.
Like, there's gnomes in the sea. Gnomes in the sea. Yeah, that's a thing.
Well, I mean, there's not anymore.
There's only like 2. Because we only lost
They
2
might
of
still
them.
be floating. True.
Smell of arse, too.
Pick what else? I don't know. No, I cannot.
If you are not meant to be here, the archdruid's traps will see to you.
Yeah, these tools.
If you have business,
try again.
Be about it.
Or we wait for Asterion. We made it. We're good.
Okay, I was like, I'll be there in a second.
See what happens.
Yeah, I figured. But I'm gonna try because I'm already over here.
Keen eye. But if it's supplies you seek, weapons to aid in our fight, you won't find them behind that door. There is nothing back there of worth to anyone but me.
I also try to hide all of my worthless things behind a secret door.
So you're telling me Astarion should go sneak over. Got it. Noted.
Right. Just like an old dragon to hold the best of her stash.
Oh, you need not apologize. I only seek to spare you some disappointment. On my word.
There's weapons, though.
All you will find inside is dust. And the moldering keepsakes of a much younger woman.
I'm so friggin' intrigued.
Do as you will.
Right.
I have nothing to hide. And I have been content to follow your lead so far.
I mean...
Of course we're gonna know. Because also, I want this little, like, cave in my house.
Rite of the timeless body. What's that about?
Yeah. She's a little sneaky bean.
Belm
actually...
and Staff of the Ram? What does this
A gift
do?
from my husband. I've had to renew parts over the years, but the heart remains the same as the day he gave it to me.
Aww.
She's so cute. Here, you get the necklace. Here you go. Jahira, you wear your necklace from your hubby, because that's cute.
Jahira, now I have one question. One hubby or multiple hubbies?
She only said one. Well, she only talks about one, so you know. Are you a two-hander or a one-hander? One-hander.
What a day.
Once per turn, the blow knocks back and stuns, has no effect on hugs or creatures with topple. I don't know if I want. I'll keep it, just in case. Pick up. Loot the thing! You said there wasn't anything in here, Jahira, and there's frickin' weapons. What the hell are you talking about? You
there's 2 really nice
said
weapons
there's
in
no
there.
weapons in there. Like, was like, oh, you want weapons against the cult? Don't look there. Except for here's some weapons that we could literally use.
You just do
against the
nice
cult.
things. But, you know, it's fine. It's whatever.
You wonder why I don't trust you, child.
Okay.
Do. I think that's about all that's down here.
Ooh.
She has some moldy cheese in a basket, though. Tommy, settle out, please.
This one.
I think it's happy with chocolates. Blah.
This one. It's like, how dare you indulge on a piece of chocolate?
Well, a lot of it's just the shot. It's getting used to, not... I have to eat until I'm not hungry anymore and then completely stop. Because if I eat anything over that, it makes me super queasy.
Yep.
Which is good, but annoying. Because I hate wasting food.
Well, the worst part is, you're so used to eating, a certain portion. Mm-hmm. And instead of being like, hey, you're getting full, maybe you shouldn't finish your plate. It's like, oh... No, you're done. If you take that bite, I'm gonna make you regret it. And you're like, a little heads up would have been awesome. I would have stopped 2 bites ago.
Pretty much. So,
I'm
getting better with it, but still sucks. I hate being wasteful, and I feel like if I throw food away, I'm being wasteful. And I get it, I'm trying to heat it. If I heat up leftovers or something, I'm trying to do it in smaller portions so you can always add to. You really can't take away. So. trying to do it that way. Best I can, anyway. Why did that reactivate all the traps?
Am I gonna die?
I don't think so, but...
Sorry, and we might die. Hold my
there.
hand.
You should be good. You should be good. For some reason, it reactivated everything, so I just put the weight back on and took it off again. Alright. I am going to go get Gale, and then do we want to go play with the hag?
Yeah, let's go play with the hag.
Okay. Let's go get Gale.
We're alone in Jahira's house. Sorry, let's go do stuff.
Right? Go find her bedroom.
A natural impulse to try and shield one's
Okay,
loved
let's
ones
talk
from
to Gale
danger,
instead. That works.
especially when you feel a moral
Oh, did you get pulled over?
Yeah.
Aw.
I suspect
fine.
any child of Jahira's will share her self-destructive sense of justice.
Aw.
At least her words give them pause.
Thank you for the plush.
Join me.
I'd be delighted. Though, someone else will need to watch the cook pot, of course.
I don't know if I've ever gotten that line. So watch out, Jahira. Yes, because you do more explodey things than Jahira does. She's okay. She's just not explodey.
Thank you for the plush, Mystic. Mystic attacked me with plush.
Yay, plushes!
He sent me with all the plush.
Oh, there's something. Oh, that tasted terrible. Sorry, bile. Blah. Anyway, let's go to the mermaid. Oh, okay. Jahira's house is right across from Omelium.
That's how I ended up at Omelium. Okay.
Hi, Mystic. Oh, and it's actually really close to the mermaid. That is somewhat good to know, and I will not remember.
It's 'tis the season. You have to celebrate the season.
Why am I getting so tired? It's fucking 7, 8. Numbers are hard. Slept in too. Like I should not be tired.
It was
Yeah,
like
it's fine.
3 o'clock, 2 o'clock maybe. And I was like, I need a nap. I haven't done shit all day, but man, do I need a nap.
I should have taken a nap. I might do like whenever we're done, like go lay on the couch and see if I fall asleep, because I still, still want to talk to Drop, but we'll
I
see.
get it.
No. If I can't, you can't.
What?
Uh-huh. You're about a missing girl, Vanra. What services do you offer?
Oh.
I found all the other.
Oh, there's drinks aplenty.
That explains a lot.
Anything
Yeah.
else? Those days are behind me. Even for one as fine looking as yourself.
Uh-huh. I'm here about a missing girl.
Oh, not this claptrap again. Listen, Laura was here, all right? Knocking back pints like there's no tomorrow. But she was alone. I saw head nor ass of this so-called kid, and when we tried to kick her out, she pulled a knife on my front man. Bet she didn't tell you that bit, huh?
She didn't. Flora's daughter is... Where is she? How do I know you're not lying? You look like you can handle yourself. Did a little knife cause that much trouble?
Mate, I've boarded ships with less. And so has Laura. She ran with Bart Blackdagger's crew. Heard they tossed her
I don't know who that
overboard.
is.
She gutted the bosun over
Neither
a
do I.
game of cards.
Like, should that matter to me? I don't think so.
Right. Is this significant in any way?
Threatening my staff. Claiming we took her kid. She's bonkers. Dangerous. Next time she pulls a knife on me and mine, someone might die. Something has to be done.
What are you suggesting? I'll talk to her. Just pay Laura off. That usually works. Child is missing. I want to get to the bottom of this.
Gods. Do I have to spell it out for you?
Apparently.
There is no child. Laura is mad as a box of frogs. She's dangerous.
Considering her interaction with the guard there, I don't think she's that crazy.
I hate that it's come to this, but I'll pay a hoard of gold to whoever scuppers her. Permanently.
That's insane. I'll do anything about it. Absolutely not. I refuse to do your work. Absolutely not.
Oh, you're no fun. I wanted you to stain your soul with the blood of an innocent mother.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen though.
Guess I'll just decorate the room with your insides. They'll match my new carpet beautifully.
Yay, the hag's back. Yay.
Right. And I don't know if I want to know what her carpet looks like. I don't think I want to know.
I don't want the carpet to match the drapes. Thank you very much.
Right.
Hello, Petal. Miss me?
Nope, not really.
I mean, not really. Can I kind of want to try something. I wonder if I can... Yes. No, I'm locked in dialogue. Damn it.
What were you trying to do?
I was hoping I could tab out and throw the potion at her now.
Oh, that would have been too easy.
The hell's you doing here? Right. Aw, thank you, Mystic. Ours was very quiet. We stayed home. My mother-in-law is having some health struggles, so we decided, she asked us not to do anything, and then we're gonna do a fairly small Christmas. So it was pretty nice, though. I made a ham. It was yummy.
Because of you. So I had to find myself.
Mine was nice.
And little Zanra was so...
I have no complaints. It was so funny, though. Because Doc's mom loves to take care of people. Which is fine, but this is why I didn't want her hosting. Because we had stuff and she was like, I'm gonna make some carrots all of a sudden. I'll make some broccoli too, because like, you know, my boy likes this one and so likes this one. And I'm like, we have so much fucking food. Like, there's 8 of us. We have so much fucking food. So
yeah,
we got to the point where we were cleaning up and my friend was across the counter and I was like, I'm gonna pick her up and I'm just gonna, because she's small, and I was like, I'm just pick her up and move her out of my way. But I said to Doc, I was like, I love his mom. She is a saint. I go, but this is why I didn't want to have it at her house, because she was going to like not take over, but like take over and do what she always does and like go like out of her way to do stuff. And I'm like, I got it. Don't worry about it. Like,
trust me. Just
I got the turkey in the oven before she even came back from church. So like,
good.
Yeah,
So
I was like, I had to clean it in her sink, and his dad comes downstairs like, surprised we're there, and the turkey's just sitting in the sink cleaning.
That's funny.
I was like, my bird is prepping itself.
I'm glad my mother-in-law isn't too super crazy. My mom is crazy. I come by it honestly. And we're all very, like, both my mom and I are very highly independent, like, women. So there's that. And then it's just one of those, like, I know how I would do it. I'm just like, just get out, you're doing it too slow, or you're doing it wrong, just get out of my way. So like, I get it at the same time.
Doc was going to help me with something, and he was in the kitchen for like 2 seconds, and he asked me something, and I was like, just get out of the kitchen. Like, just shut up right now. Just get out of the kitchen. But like, he couldn't go too far because I don't know where anything is in the kitchen. So I was like, hey, do you know where your mom keeps this? Or I don't know where this is.
Yeah, that's something whenever we go to my in-laws, like, I have my kitchen set up a very certain way, and to me it makes sense. And it's similar to the way my mom has hers set up, and then I go to theirs, and I was like, nothing's where it's supposed to be. This doesn't make sense.
They just completely redid their kitchen too, so now things are moved. So I was looking for like a bowl to make my seasoning, and I opened up the one cabinet, and I'm like, no.
What's up, Tina?
And then I opened up, no, shit, no. So then he went to go make cereal, and he opens up the one cabinet, and he goes, huh. Okay, and I go, oh, if you're looking for a bowl, they're in the other cabinet down the side.
Yeah.
Because that's where I found
one
it.
thing that the in-laws did is a lot of their cabinets now have glass in front where they didn't before, so it's helpful. At least I can see it from the front, but there's also like a, it's like a, I want to say like a screen, but it's not. It's just like a vinyl that goes over it, so it's not super clear, but you can still see most of it.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hope you're doing well, Tina. Staying warm. It's snowing here, apparently. I haven't looked outside yet. I don't want to. But Drop sent a picture, but yeah. It has. Life be good at the moment.
Oh, is it me? Why did it switch to me?
Yeah, it's you. I don't know. Switched to you when it went to the cutscene.
Oh, Petal. She'll thank me for it.
Yeah, I know.
Renra sits in my belly, growing fat with power. In time, I'll vomit her up and have myself a fresh young hag to train.
I feel like there should be a better way for hags to replicate.
I'd love to rip your guts out.
Look, even Astarion looks disgusted.
Exertion is
Right.
bad for the baby, you know. So, walk away.
Yeah, no.
Walk away and let me a fine hag make. What? You'll kill me, touch me, and the girl dies. And
I feel like if you like literally cut her in half and pull the chick out of her stomach, like she's fine.
Yeah.
But I guess I don't know how spells really work with hags.
Be relaxing in the bath, not dealing with this nonsense.
Actually, that sounds really good.
I leave you to my crew.
I don't
It is going
laugh,
to be...
but I laugh how traumatized the girl is. And I'm like, I can't say I blame her.
I mean, yeah. Guy, everybody run away. Ah, it's scary. All right.
Astarion, go do it to
Provokes an
stabby stab.
opportunity. Oh, it's Gale. That's why. Here, let's do this first. We're gonna let you do all your attacks.
Can't stay idle.
Are you done attacking for the moment? Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, I'll go here so Astarion can get advantage. And we're good.
Nope, don't hit the fire wine. Don't hit the fire wine. Oh, fire so much. I love fireball. Okay. 110, 69, 47, 45. Let's take you out. Really? That didn't kill you? Come on. Especially in a Christmas outfit next year. I have a couple Christmas outfits. I kind of forgot about them before stream, and I was like, oh wait, I know I have the antlers, so I'm gonna throw them on, and they're like, they don't sit quite right, because I was kind of trying to do like the Alistair mini antler thing. Didn't really work. I have a couple of things, I just kind of forgot about them, and then I saw Waves' outfit, I was like, oh shit, I should do a thing, that's a good idea, and yeah, here we are.
It was so funny. So at the start of the street, like when I start the connection, I try to hide your model now, so that way we don't get in each other's way, blah, blah, blah. Well, I forgot to turn off the show items, so I'm on my other
The hat
screen,
was just
and
floating
I
and
just see the hat show up and start moving and wiggling, and then I see the
I was trying to put the hat on Gale, Because I was like, okay, that'd be kind of cute. Like,
yeah,
you have
yeah.
a Scarian, and I know you have the plush and all that. I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna give him the. Well, it won't pin it to the item as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of the plan. It is. I have a thing. It is there. There's a couple more on the Discord that I want to get. It's just something I completely forgot about, to be honest. I literally, like, when she messaged me and was like, hey, if you want to start early, like, we can. I was like, oh yeah, it's Friday. We're streaming tonight. I completely forgot. Like, I was close to, like, going upstairs, and then she messaged me. I was like, oh yeah, I should do that.
Oh, there was a thing I was supposed to do. Right.
Pretty much. And like right now, I'm not worried about school stuff because I know if Drop's going to be at work tomorrow morning, I'm just going to do my school stuff tomorrow morning instead of Sunday or today and use what time I had with him, so. Fun stuff. Hiya! Hiya! Really?
Woohoo, we did 4 damage.
Never a dull moment.
Yeah, you got.
Gil.
I can hold on. I'll do it. You can take the last guy. Never mind, I lied. Gale.
Gale. We do this without getting fire wine. Not really. That's fine. One more.
Gale, if you stay there, Astarion gets advantage on his sneak attack on his extra thing. So
I'll stay here. I was trying to get Fireball to hit both of them, and I couldn't do it nicely, so it's fine.
I get it.
Boop. Us, you missed.
Oh yeah, we had us. You probably would have got advantage with us then.
Doesn't show he has advantage. But
It's not technically advantage. It's sneak attack.
Right.
But because the rule, as long as someone's like in flank. But in this one, it's as long as somebody next to him.
Hell, I'm gonna make it much longer. Jesus, why am I so tired all of a sudden? I didn't even wake up that early. I'm just like, heck, I'm starting to doze off. I think it might be a short night for me tonight.
That's
I don't know what
okay.
your plans are. I'm sorry, I feel bad.
That's fine. It's my no, what? I ended my turn.
Oh.
End turn. There you go. I'm like, I hit the button. Why didn't it register the button push?
Did that to me a couple times. Rude.
Alright.
Firebolt to face.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop. And then it's me.
Yay!
Moog
Drop had to go
House!
to work tonight. We knew he was gonna have to go in at least by 11, and then his boss called and was like, "Oh, you need to go in now." So he left about 30 minutes ago. So yeah, if you don't mind, probably finish the hag and then I'm gonna bounce out.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know why I can't stay awake.
No worries.
It kind of came out of nowhere too. Like I was like, "Oh sweet, you know, we're starting early. You can stay up a little bit. I don't have drop. Like I don't have to worry about anything." And then it's like, "Oh no, you're gonna fall asleep at 8 o'clock because you're old."
Because you relaxed
Story of
all
my
day.
life.
How dare you relax all day?
Basically, I'm probably actually just gonna like go upstairs, resume my gamer nest because like we cleaned. Like it was starting to bug me. I try really hard to pick up on the house and stuff, but like the last few weeks with the change of November has been chaotic for me with just a whole bunch of life changes all at once. I am not complaining by any means. I'm not angry by any means. Just like it's been a lot.
Oh, I should have taken these.
Trying to figure all that stuff out has been fun. And I think a lot of that has just like kind of drained me from everything. Oh, I'm hoping not Mystic. The reason I say it's chaotic for this month, so on the 3rd I changed jobs. At the same time that I changed jobs is when the ear stuff started happening. So like the last week I was at the prison, and since then I have not been able to hear out of my left ear at all. Like it's essentially what it sounds like that my doctor discovered is there's almost like a vacuum with the liquid that's in there, and it's pulling my eardrum basically against the bones. So I have no vibration at all. It's like it's on mute, and it's driving me bonkers. There are times I'm fine with it and I can deal with it, but it's one of those, like, when you're constantly on guard about something, it wears on you. And there's just been a few times that I'm just like, okay, I just want to sit in the middle of a room and scream, like blood-curdling screams, because there's nothing I can do about it. I've tried nose spray, we've tried steroids, basically everything except for the ENT, and that appointment is on the 10th, so we're getting there. But that, the job that I took is actually a pay cut, so we had a whole bunch of, like, financial stuff we had to rearrange, and life hit me hard this month. Not in a bad way, it was just a lot. So
Yeah.
I'm a little overstimulated.
Which is valid.
And at least after this month, I'm off of vacation blackout, so I can take time off again if I need to. I'm very, very happy about that.
No doubt about it.
Thankfully, like, my family's still in California, and, like, my cousin wanted me to come out, but it wasn't gonna happen. And then, like, our family get-togethers aren't really that big. We're all kind of small. My family's completely spread out. We text each other. I always go to the in-laws because they're, you know, in-state. And it takes less than 27 hours to drive to their house. But yeah. My life got kind of chaotic, and then... No, because it was temporary. They have, like, she found fluid in my ear. There is fluid in there. And this is I've had allergy problems a lot. This is the only time it's lasted this long. So I go see the ENT on the 10th, and that's more where I get to see, like, the big stuff that's going on. I just hope it's not permanent damage. That's really my only worry, so. We'll see what the ENT says on the 10th. I'm hoping they can drain whatever fluid and get it gone, because this is ridiculous. I've never experienced this before. Like it. I like it.
Okay.
That's my hope. Say, I get fluid in my ear all the time from allergies, but it lasts like a day or two and then it's gone. So this is kind of weird. Let's do firebolts to you. We'll knock you down a little bit for Asterion. Or a lot of bit.
That's good. I turned on non-lethal. Anyone wearing a mask I can save.
Oh, did you want to save him?
If I can. I've never done it before. I know I can do it.
Neither have I.
I've never done it before, so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try it if I can.
All right, go for it. Let's do it. Okay. I'll try not to attack with Gale then, because he does not follow the.
He likes to burn things a little bit.
Yeah, he does.
Have them nice and crispy.
He's good at it, though.
He's very good at it. Alright. Go this way. I'm going to shoot an arrow at you.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors.
Sherry! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! How are we today? How was your stream?
Music is so good.
Yeah. We're getting our snoots booped. Guys, this YouTuber that I follow, she has 3 huskies. I love them. She had a picture of the one and it goes, booped a snoot! I booped that snoot. So that's why you get a husky. It's so you can boop their snoots. Their snoots are very boopable. Very boopable. Her oldest dog reminded me very much of Nikita. And I was like, I wonder if they're siblings. So she's like, yeah, Memphis likes to just lounge around and get cuddles and doesn't really do like the crazy husky thing. And I was like, that's 100% Nikita.
Ow. I don't like that you get to retaliate to all of mine. Can you stop?
You're right. It's a little messed up. Oh, cancel. I'm gonna have you dash.
You're gonna come over here and be helpful. Maybe.
This puddle of water is annoying.
Can you really not?
But welcome in, Rangers! I'm
that's
running the
why, 'cause I'm
waves.
in difficult
If we don't know each other,
get out of
I'm a variety streamer, and today we're playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Kai.
You are ridiculous. What do you mean you do not have enough movement?
If you had to do anything post-stream, please make sure you go do it.
Not gonna do
We're all
anything
about
because I don't want
self-care
you
here.
to-
Make sure you guys are eating, drinking, doing good things for
You
yourselves.
really can't fly anywhere.
So if you have to raid and run, I totally get it. And if you don't, and you want to
No,
hang
we're
out,
gonna
you might
fly
want to
you
as
over
well.
here
Did you ever get into Hades, or did you continue
Go sit
playing
over in that corner.
Genshin?
Don't touch anything. Don't do anything.
Don't go
don't
touch
want-
yourself. Just not things or something.
Don't tell him to do that. He'll get a little excited.
Okay, fine. Oh my God, child! You know what? Fuck it. You're using your action.
Hades looks
over
fun.
it.
I peek in a little bit when you're playing, Sherry. It looks like a lot of fun. Oh no, they're hot!
Yeah. Yeah, I was watching Genshin earlier, and I was like, look at this one trader! Oh, but he's cute! Had two different colored eyes.
Yeah,
it's always the cute ones.
It's one of the reasons I can't do all those games, because I'm like, no, I wanted everybody is hot, and I'm plow everybody and stuff and things.
That's okay, there's a lot of kids in that game, so I could just tell myself not to do it, because it's like, you play with a lot of little kids. And some of them are like, I'm a dragon. I'm actually 300 years old. I'm just reincarnated, so I'm little. And there's others where I'm like, you are a legitimate child. Oh my God, sorry. I love you, but what the hell is happening? Okay.
She's like, I'm just gonna run away while she's attacking and then come back. Well, apparently, I did not make it back.
I looked over and I saw your head down. I was gonna be like, Kai, are you okay?
So bad. I was doing the dance. I was like, I'm just gonna run real quick because there's a bathroom like in the basement right next to me. She's like, I'll run real quick. I'll leave my headphones on because they're Bluetooth and I can hear when she's done attacking. And then I yelled really loud. Apparently not loud enough for my mic to pick it up because it's directional. But anyway, I tried.
You're all good. As long as you're okay. That is the important thing.
Yes. I finished off my water and I was like, holy crap, Ew, why does your fly movement suck so much?
It's difficult terrain. I'm
Like,
not
he's
supposed to,
on
but
any.
that's super valid, Jerry.
I getcha. Did I start Genshin? I don't remember. No.
I did.
Honkai. Honkai is the one that I started, and like I didn't. Part of it was the first time I played it, I was still like hammered, so I didn't understand anything because I was just like, oh, it's all really pretty. Let's just go through it, huh? So I tried playing it again. I made a new character, and I was like, I don't know. I can't do more than one MMO, especially like a gacha MMO. I'm like, I can't.
My issue with Genshin was I was enjoying it, and then I couldn't get like to a far enough level where I could actually unlock the multiplayer. So I got tired of playing it. Because my friends were like, oh yeah, like you can play with us. I'm like, okay. And like, oh, we did level like 21. I was like level 7. And I played continuously and I couldn't get it. So I was like, all right, well, this kind of sucks. So I was getting stuck on things, but they couldn't help me not be stuck on things. So I was like, all right, well, and then I played Honkai and I really, really liked Honkai. But then like every other gacha game that I play, I get to a point where I just don't open it anymore. Like I will be religiously logging on every day, doing my dailies, all that fun stuff. Then I'll just stop.
Yep.
And I
then
just,
it's just like
won't go
done.
back.
It's like once you hit that point, and like I don't even know what triggers that point for me because I kind of do the same thing. And like I get super like hyped about it, and I was like, sweet. This month I feel so bad. Do you know I've used all of my free retros? All of them. I never use all of them. Come again in a few seconds. Why are you talking to me? I didn't talk to you. I wasn't talking to you. It's listening. Anyway, like just the change with like drop taking me to work and the bus and all of, like I've missed all of it. I feel terrible, but what there was one, was it Wildstar? Was Wildstar gotcha? I don't remember. I don't think so. It was one like Wildstar though. It was like kind of an MMO, you know, and do the group stuff. And I think I played it religiously for like 2 months. Every single day, every daily, everything that the freebie could use. And then I just never touched it again, and it is wherever I left it.
I did Genshin, I've done Honkai, I've done the other one. Not Zenless.
There's the Where Winds Meet is the new one.
Yeah, I've downloaded that on my PlayStation, but I haven't played it.
It was the Diablo lookalike one. Lost Ark?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, my friend
That's
told
the
me
one
to
that
play.
I played religiously.
A guy I went on a date with, a guy that I potentially could have gone on a date with, I think potentially, was like, oh, you play 14 and stuff? I think you should really play Lost Ark. And I was like, yeah, maybe. And then I was told music this, and music's like, girl, you're not gonna like it. Like I know you for a fact. Like she's like, it's Diablo style. You're gonna fucking hate it. Yeah. But I gave it a college try. I was in the tutorial prologue, and I was like, I hate this game. I can't wait to get out of this game. This can't end fast enough.
I was gonna say, because like I've talked to you about like some roguelikes and stuff that I've been playing, and like when I got back into Last Epoch, and you were like, yeah, no, nothing, I'm good. So that really surprises me that they suggested that. Because you played 14, that's nothing like 14.
He didn't know me. This is also why we never dated.
Know you or not, know a game type. Like, oh, you play this game. It was, okay, so fun story of old school Kai before I met Drop. There was a dude that I met through Plenty of Fish, I think, and he's like, yeah, I'm a gamer, and I do this, and I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. So I meet up with him, and I get to his, he actually still has, because I left it there and I'm pissed. I brought my Mummy trilogy. So I had this like really cool box set, and it was The Mummy Returns, and Scorpion King, because those movies, yes. Are you attracted to any? Yes, all of them. Every single one in that movie is hot. It doesn't matter. I don't care what orientation you have. There is someone for you in the Mummy movies. Period. And Rachel Weisz is a freaking doll, and I love her. So we were sitting there watching them, and like, he was very sure of himself in certain aspects of himself, and I'm like, darling, I'm trying really hard not to bruise your ego, but not impressive. I'm not impressed. Anyway, and then he's like, yeah, I'm a gamer, so he's got a shelf. Okay, cool. He's got a PlayStation. All right. So I look at his games as I knock my mic around. Call of Duty, FIFA, Madden. You're not a gamer, you're a bro. There is a difference. No RPGs, nothing with story, all sports shit, and Call of Duty. I'm like, okay, whatever. Do Call of Duty, because at least I have some shit, like I have experience in Halo. I'm good. Okay, so we start, and I'm losing. I don't lose well, especially in FPS, because I used to be a tournament player. I'm like, okay, what's going on? I kept blowing myself up. So the grenade in Call of Duty default is the same as the reload button for Halo default.
Oh, okay.
Well, eventually I found that there is a mapping that matches... Oh no, she died. Why did she die?
The one died because of the mask, but I tried the other one. I want to see if this one... No, it's not working. It says that it says that they're not cursed. But then, like, if I pull the mask off, they die. Hence, the person that is dead over to the side. But
and Grizzly, because I just looted her and killed her. Apparently.
Yeah. So
Oops.
then I'm like, how the
Well,
freak?
Are you supposed to save him?
Yeah, because you're supposed to be able to.
You're not. Okay, hang on. This one is not past. This one's still passed out. So if I loot him and don't take the mask, can I?
He's still passed
loot,
out.
Attack, throw, examine. You can't talk to him.
Yeah. So like, but I should be able to go in and remove the curse, and I can't. It says that they're not cursed. So I'm like, but that's the whole point of it, is you knock them out, you remove the curse, and you take the mask.
Yeah, because it's saying it's a condition. It's not an actual curse.
Yeah, and I even tried to greater restore, and it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Well,
so I don't know.
I'll keep that in mind for another run. I might try that because I still want to make my Silas Gale run because I'm definitely downloading those mods. Anyway, continuing the story. So I find this key mapping that makes it match Halo, and I start winning. And his ego got so bruised. He didn't ignore me, but he was kind of like, you know, whatever, like, I don't care.
It's not big of a deal, man. It's whatever.
Get over it. Like, I told you that I was a tournament player for Halo. Like, I spent ungodly hours in that game. There's a reason my name was Assassin Ducky, and it was given to me by my friends. Like, it was not my own name. It was literally because I kept killing people in a mode that people weren't supposed to die, because when you assassinate them, it doesn't matter how much shield they have. They die. So, yeah. Okay, I need to find the Hag's Bane. Give me just a second. Hag. Bane. 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 Not Banane. Bane. Did I not make it yet? Might not have. Grenades. Grenades. Ah, shit! Hag's Bane. Craft item. There we go.
Oh, I thought you already crafted the item.
So did I, but I couldn't find it, so I had to find it. Alright.
Come on, Astari. You can do it. I believe in you. Do the thing. Don't do the thing. There you go.
Oh, it did go to Gale. That's weird. Do we want to go ahead and do that first, just so we don't screw up?
I'm doing the mushroom thingy, so you can go ahead and do what you got to do.
Throw it at her. Yes. Throw. But yeah, he got super pissy that I started beating him, and like we went on a total of 2 dates, and after the second one, I was like, dude, thanks for the fun. I'm good. Bye. I can't deal with that. I think what I'm gonna end up doing after this is just like freaking farming in 14 upstairs until I fall asleep.
Which is
it's
valid.
Soothing. I don't know what it is about like going around and mining and herbing in 14, but it is so relaxing to me.
Sometimes I love it. Like when I was in LA, that's all I did was craft.
It's just soothing in a way.
Yeah, but then like once things settled down and I was like home and I was kind of going back to stuff, I was like, I don't want to look at this. Like I hate crafting, I hate gathering, but like that's legit all I did for weeks. I created an alt character. I made her like Maxia's adopted sister, for lack of a better way.
Oh, thanks, Lemon.
I have to I just brain farted. My brain just totally shut down.
Hey, say, I'm wearing on you. I'm sorry. That's a me. Like, legit, I'll be talking to some of my soups, and I'm just like, I don't remember what I was saying. Can you remind me? And they look at me kind of sideways, and they're like, you actually just say it? I was like, what am I supposed to do? Sit here and fumble like I remember what I was talking about when I definitely don't?
You just see the wheels turning.
Exactly. Like, and everybody does it, so it's not like anybody's, I don't know. Maybe I just don't get embarrassed, and I should. Because
Oh, my old character. Yeah, she's Maxie's adopted sister. And she's a crafter. She's a monk, which I don't know how to play. And she's a mining person. I was like, none of this makes sense, but who cares?
Nah. Well, it's kind of like, that's what I'll do. I'll play Kurelkai.
Ooh.
Other Bun Boy. I haven't played that like in quite a while. Although that requires content. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Because when I'm on the computer upstairs, it's really hard for me to do like actual content. One, I have to bring my mouse upstairs, which is annoying, but it's fine. Because it's got the MMO buttons. And then because the keyboard, it's a wireless keyboard, so it's like super low profile and like the mouse pad is all on the keyboard. It's not very conducive to like group content, but it's fine if I'm like, you know, just doing a fate or farming or something that's just me, and if I can, you know, like literally click my buttons. And I'm
yeah.
Goofy.
Alright. Alright, it's starting.
Gale, you're gonna come over here. And you're gonna blow up that one.
Astarion, my love, go here.
Really? Seriously, that's some horse shit. Do you see where Gale's standing?
No, but I will in a second.
Firebolt. Okay. He cast Firebolt at the mushrooms and apparently hit the witch. Hit one of the invisible ones.
How? They're not the invisible ones. I was like, he's not near any of them.
But I'm calling horse crap because Firebolt is not that kind of spell.
Yeah.
That I know of. That it's a hard line of sight. Like, whatever. Fizzy, the game is silly. I must always kill them with ranged because I don't remember them blowing up. I might actually be able to kill this one. Give me a second.
Okay. I can't go until you're done, so.
Yeah.
You do whatever you need to do. I'm just gonna try to move so Astarion gets advantage. Lady, you have a problem. I think you should seek help for mushrooms. I think you're an addict.
I would be inclined to agree.
Ooh,
well,
I can see where she moved to.
Right? It's like, well, at least she was nice enough to leave her blood puddle on the floor.
Okay, there we go. But he can come over here. And then we're just gonna go cough, 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 cough.
Yay! That is such an OP spell. Anytime when I did the Shar thing with the rats, where they all become like the one person or whatever, that spell makes that fight amazing.
Oh yeah.
You literally stack everybody in a circle.
It doesn't get enough love. That's all I'm saying. It really doesn't.
Underrated. Very underrated.
Everyone's like, I love fairy fire and I love guiding bolts. I'm like, I love spirit guardians. Like,
yep.
Hey, do you have advantage? Fuck you!
Nice. He just hit for 56 damage.
Yeah,
with
he did.
Firebolt.
He did very nice.
Gale, I'm so proud of you.
All right, you can sleep with me tonight. All right.
You get extra presents in that. But if Gohan dies, I might not get that present. God. I love Drop. I really do.
Oh,
he
shit.
cracks me up. Alright, where's the kid? Emotional damage. I'll let you talk to the trauma child.
It's okay, my child. I will protect you.
Hi, busy boy.
Why is Mallow screaming? What did she do to the cat?
Fizzy just yelled at the same time.
She came out of the bedroom and was like, "Meow." Okay. Are you hurt? Oh crap! She left. Stop running!
Because you're attacking her with spirit guardians.
Oh, am I attacking the spirit? I am attacking. No, she shouldn't be. She should be considered a
she's running
friendly.
away from you. But she's running away from you with it.
But
like every time it gets in her circle.
All right, here we go.
There you go.
Come here. I was like, she should be fine. She's a friendly. All right.
Maybe she just thinks it's scary. I don't know.
Talk to the child.
She is a cute kid. I'll give her that.
She really is. You're
I think
Vanna
her and,
right. Your mom sent me. You're safe now. The hat can't hurt you anymore. Stop mumbling. Leave. Your mom sent me. I love how she can like go screaming out for mommy, and then she's like, "I don't say anything." Bitch, you were just screaming, "Mom!" At least continue to say "Mom."
Well, and I'm sorry, mommy didn't save your ass. I did. So
no, but I get it. Like, if you're traumatized, you're gonna go looking for like a parent.
Safety. My parents taught me to thank my saviors. Just kidding. So I guess you have to come through and kill her first before you talk to them?
Yeah, I guess you do the same thing in the other place too. Once you fight her, then go back and remove the maskies. That's a pain in the ass.
Getting in the other way. I kind of want to do that though, because like, I mean, I've played this game enough, like the same way. I kind of want to see how I can break it.
Like everyone's been able to tell me, like, "Oh yeah, you can totally save them." I'm like, okay, and then I keep trying, and I keep failing. So,
because I normally come in here and I'm like invis until I get up to them, but if you go around the corner, yeah, okay, I see that. That's fair. That makes sense.
Why am I getting hit with wyvern toxin? All right, stop work. Stop.
Because we tripped the tripwire, so we got the trap.
Meow. Meow.
Mendo.
Meow. What, baby girl? All right, you. Oh, does she want uppies? Oh, she's so cute when she pokes me.
No.
Let me move my keyboard and my hot chocolate.
Sucker.
Wanna come up, baby? Come on. Come up.
I say that so I'm calling you a sucker, right? As I'm literally sitting here with Fizzy, like laying the entire length of the desk. So
I'm sorry, baby. You're okay. That was my bed. I forgot I put it there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She jumped up on her chair and I put a plate there, and she got scared by the plate, which is valid. The plate's not usually there. Nice sweet girl. Nice sweet girl.
I want to see if I can do something real quick.
Yeah. Hold on.
It worked. Sweet. Never actually been able to steal the shit in her room. There's one, like, vision that cuts into the way, and even though he has nothing to do with the hag, he still gets grumpy whenever you take her shit.
Astarion got
nothing to do with her.
stuck. He can't come through the room.
Do we just want to teleport over? What's the closest way?
Oh, hold on. Can I just jump it? I have to jump it. There we go. Hi, baby. Meow.
So her house is over. Fuck. Where is her house again? Hideout. Oh wow, we haven't even done that yet. Savior, there it is. Okay, it is. We're not far from it. The lower city wall is the closest teleport.
Okay. This is brick part my thing.
I remember this now.
Chad, say hi to Mallow. She's looking at you guys.
Look at that. Mallow.
She's like, I'm a blue cat now.
Yep. That tracks. I'm standing in front of her house whenever you're ready.
You said lower, right?
Yep. And then you kind of come through the big gate area, and then it's like right up around the corner. How would Silas and Asterion look together? That'd be pretty good. Twinsies.
They'd fight. Who wears it better?
It would literally be
the silver hair.
The conversation with Varric and Dorian about the best dressed mage in the Inquisition, and it is so good because my Inquisitor is always a mage, and it apparently if you have Vivian in your party, there's more dialogue, but yeah, he's like, my mother didn't raise no fool. Well, didn't raise two fools, because yeah, Varric's not very happy with his brother.
Well, I can't say I blame him based on events.
I don't either. No, I don't either.
You brought back my sweet, sweet girl.
She might need a bath. She has been in the innards of a hag. For the
yeah, I'd give her a bath.
Long
and maybe a really big hug.
And a big squishy teddy bear.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping it close. You damn lucky I was here. She almost died. Yeah.
It was everything. I'll never forget it. Here. A token from the pirate life I left behind. Thank you for being braver than half this city put together.
Yay!
You're welcome. Ooh, I think that's a really good one for a historian.
Mummy! It's alright, Vanra. We'll stay right here.
Can I have that sword?
No, yeah, take it from me. I don't care.
Oh, can I? I didn't know if I could get into your inventory. Because that does more damage than my two-hander. Where'd it go? Oh, that's Asterian's inventory. Like, I don't see it.
That's right.
Well,
I mean, worst case, I can just pass it over to you, but.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I actually didn't know that I could take stuff out of your inventory. I thought it like blocked me off. Yeah,
Ride
so as long
the
as your
winds.
offhand is empty, you score a critical hit with reduction.
Oh, nice.
Rolling a 19. You gain an additional reaction per turn.
Hmm.
Okay. I'll take. Thanks. I mean, I feel weird being a fighter using a one-hander, but I mean, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
4 more damage than my other one.
Ella would
I'll
like to
take
go
it.
into the bedroom, but I don't think she can open the door.
Oh.
She's just sitting outside the door like, maybe it'll open if I look really hard.
Right. If I'm cute enough, I can open it.
Well, let's give it really sad face.
Yes. It works with Mom.
It does. On pushover. I know. And I paid the price by waking up early to feed her.
It's what we do for our kitties.
It is.
Do we want to head back to camp, or what do we want to do?
Yeah, we can go to camp, and then that way next week. Oh, I will not be here next week. I have holiday party.
Sounds good.
But the week after, I will be back.
Sounds like a plan. I'm hoping, really fucking hoping, by the next time we are able to stream together, I can hear again, because that should put me after my appointment.
Well, I'll see you on the 4th.
I mean, we'll still talk and everything, but...
you're saying,
okay.
For Dragon
I'm 1
Age
week
Day.
off.
That's the next time we'll see each other.
That's right.
It's the 4th.
That's fair.
But then, the next time we play this together, hopefully you can hear again.
I guess that's more what I meant, yeah. I'm ready. I am so over this. I would not wish this upon my worst enemy.
Yeah, it's awful.
Right.
I would go crazy.
Of
course!
Go
get cuddles. Go get comfortable.
Good night, everybody. Thanks
Have
for
a
hanging
good
out with us and our
night.
shenanigans. Sorry, I'm being a bummer, but it is what
Oh,
it is.
you're
It happens.
fine. No worries.
Alright.
Have a good night.
I will talk to you probably before the 4th, but
Oh, yeah.
we'll see you again on stream and such on the 4th.
Yay.
Thank you very much, Dina. It's said, I just want to be able to hear out of my left ear again. It's all I want. I'm gonna be like super paranoid about like going swimming or doing anything with submerging my head in water for like months. But yeah. Anyway, I was gonna head out. Has a good night, and I will talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, chat. What are we gonna do now? That is an excellent question. I don't know. I'm going to go back here. And then let's see. That means I love how my thing is still messed up. Overwrite my save. And that. Okay. I don't feel like changing my capture cards. Like, I don't want to play stuff on the Switch. Because, like, Pokemon's a good game to play, you know? But I just don't want it. I don't feel like unplugging one to plug in the other. So I'm like, what do I have? What do I have? All right. Let's see. Yeah, this still bugs me that the camera won't deactivate on the screen. And I don't know why. Like, it's not supposed to. It's supposed to poof when I tell it to poof. Rude. And the rest, I'm like, I deactivate the camera. It's like, no, you don't. This is why we cover it, because we trust nothing. I'm trying to get Doc in that habit. He's gotten a lot better, but there's still nights he forgets. So, like, he'll be on his webcam, and I'll get dressed in the morning, like, in front of his computer. So if it's not covered, I'm like, I get pissed, because I'm like, I get the computers off and stuff, but I don't trust anything. Like, if your webcam is always plugged in, I'm just not gonna be happy about it. All right, chat. You know what? Maybe we'll try Where the Winds Meet. I have it downloaded on my PlayStation. You do that, chat? What do you think? I'll give it a go. All right, let me move some stuff. Bella's back out of the bedroom. Hi, baby girl. All right. Okay. So chat, I know nothing about this game except people told me it's really good and I should give it a try. So that's what we're gonna do. Hi, Mellow. It's too early for bedtime, baby girl. It's too early for bedtime. It's too early for bedtime. Meow. Meow. Where is Cat? Where is Cat? Cat must be in kitchen. Oh, I just realized he's holding a child. I just thought he was walking. Whoop! All right. What, baby girl? Yeah, right controller's connected. Right? He very pretty. So, chat, I want you to know something. I find the Asian people hard stop to be very pretty. So chat, Where the Winds Meet is a free-to-play MMO RPG that's available on console and on Steam. And other than that, I know nothing. So we'll find out together. Adjust the brightness. Oh, here we go. Adjust brightness until the belt icon is visible in both the dark and light areas. We'll do that. Detailed, moderate. Detailed quests and activities provide clear guidance, recommended for casual players, MMO players, and action players. Moderate quests and activities provide moderate guidance, recommended for players who enjoy casual open world exploration. Minimal quests and activities provide minimal guidance, more challenging and immersive exploration, recommended for players who enjoy open world. Well, I get lost really easy, so we're gonna go detailed. Yeah, we're going detailed. Lower enemy difficulty during exploration. Extra time stop and assist prompts when enemies use skills can be disabled in settings. Gameplay recommended for players to focus on exploration and story. Balanced enemy difficulty during exploration. No extras time stop and assist prompts when enemies use skills can be enabled in settings. Gameplay recommended for players who prefer moderate difficulty. There's a bunch of settings on here. Very high enemy difficulty. Greatly increased enemy difficulty. Hardcore. Death in hardcore mode will cause you to lose your character permanently. Coming soon. Oh shit. So they're doing it like WoW version. Focuses more on multiplayer and social experiences with guidance and informed from other players. Lone Wanderer. Can't be changed later. Good. We're gonna do lone. As a lone wolf, chat. For the best experience, headphones are recommended. Ooh.
It's you.
That's right. Here to take you in. Even at the end of the road. A drink to wet your throat. Well, how is it?
Bland.
Spring's bounty in Jiangnan tastes sweet. Shall we go together?
No.
Worried on my account? Don't be. The cowards probably wouldn't dare.
Seize him! Retrieve the Gen-1 chain!
He just walks away like
Zhongyan! You slew your own father and stole the chain! You stand condemned before all!
The secret within that pendant must be quite something.
Not now. Come on. After him! Let him free with the Gen-1 chain!
I don't know how long this is working. Oh shit, R1.
After them!
I'm amazing.
After them! They're here! Don't let them get away! They're here!
The whole world's after you, yet you still won't tell?
No one to talk. Still inviting me to Jungnan?
What of it? The two of us against the world. What a delight. They even brought out the fire cannons.
Oh. Okay. I'm really good at this though. Work combat is not really my strong suit.
Sharp as ever. Even the Orient Pavilion takes interest? You're in more trouble than I thought.
We'll see.
Look at that! Yang Yan, the stone-faced hero, finds humor in desperation.
After them!
I'm going to assume they want me dead. They don't want the kid dead. So...
This is getting interesting, just like old times.
Yes. Makes sense. When completed. Okay. Push R to log onto your target. If your target cancel the log, a white dot will appear your target. Okay. Oh! Guys, they did a combo with the buttons next to each other. Thank you. I always love when they're like, here's two buttons that aren't really close to each other that make a combo. Why? Why would you do that? Use mystic skills at the right moment to also cheat. I thought that was like a barrel. Defense can reduce a certain percentage of damage, while dodge can completely avoid enemy attacks. I'm not good at dodging. I don't believe in it. Just saying, chat. I don't believe in dodging. Push R1 just before you're hit to deflect the attack. A successful deflection makes you immune to the damage and also reduces the target's. What key? Red skills cannot be defended against, but they can be deflected. Okay. Golden skills cannot be deflected and cannot be defended against. So you just dodge. Got it. enabling assist deflection, the time before hit will slow down and a prompt for deflection will appear. Successful deflection will consume insight points. If there are insufficient insight points, assist deflection cannot be triggered. Consume during auto deflection. Aren't used to this game. My fingers hurt on the controller. Oh no! Oh, that's gross. Oh, but lightning bugs are awesome. Don't make them evil. They're the one bugs I don't give a fuck about and will totally collect them.
Uncle Jung, when will you finally let me go out there?
The Jung-Ho?
Yeah, those merchants passing through Jingha told me all kinds of things. It sounds so fun! There's the 8 Talents of Hudong, the North Alliance, and lots of new sects too! Oh, I heard some can use moves from every sect. They were put in the Wulin Journal and became heroes in the Jianghu.
So you aim to master them all?
As long as I keep practicing, I know I can. I'll join you, Uncle Jiang. Just like the heroes in the merchant stories. We'll roam the Jianghu together.
Cats are all so pretty.
A butterfly!
I don't get why I did that, but okay. Oh. Yes. Realistic or elegant? Kind of like... They both have their own charm to them. Oh, she pretty. Oh, chat. I just... I think I'll go this route. Just gonna make sure I change her clothing. What's the word I'm looking for? I kinda like her just the way she is. Maybe mess with her hair a bit. Like her face is kind of perfect. Hi, Will. This is where the winds meet. I want to change the color of it. Oh, down and up. Okay. No notes, chat. No notes. Stop clicking the button. See, I like this, but I can't see with my hair down. It's kind of a... Stop it. Kind of a bummer. No, I'll do that. That's fine. mess with my outfit. Like, if I mess with the outfit, it hinders my hair. I don't like it. I worked really hard on getting everything perfect. That's what I chose. This one's better. I want to fix her hair. All the jewels and stuff. Okay. That's better. Yes, still me a chosen. Okay. Okay. We'll do this. Use the skill in the pinch pot to gain the tipsy effect, shortening your aim time. Start with +2 inspiration and the gift of gab. Seriously. Rude. What? Rude. Fine. See if I can just use my full name. It's whatever. Hey! It's just 15 characters! Oh shit. when I feel that in the morning.
Hey, you! Come on, wake up!
Stop!
You promised we'd go to the general shrine. Then you fell asleep.
The man in black.
Man in black? Is he one of those great swordsmen? Where is he?
It's gone. He took the jade pendant. But he didn't hurt me.
Hey, were you even listening? I mean it. I'm getting mad.
Ruby, were you hitting me?
I didn't want to. I yelled and yelled to wake you up, but you wouldn't budge. You said there was a man in black?
Forget it.
So, like,
It's
where
nothing.
is he?
Just a dream.
You promised we'd journey together. You're not keeping secrets, are you? If you don't tell me, I won't talk to you again.
All right. Weren't you going to buy stuff from Beard Guang at General Shrine? Are we still going or not?
I almost forgot. Oh, it's all your fault. Come on, let's go. Uncle Guang said he's bringing me a new storybook this year.
Can you wait for me just a little? I need to go inside and check something.
Don't take too long, all right?
Okay.
I wonder if that man in black left any clues behind.
Hey, where are you going? Didn't we say we'd buy the storybook at the general's shrine?
I win. Okay.
You're back. Let's get going.
This symbol.
Whoa, is that a secret code? This is some hero meetup spot, isn't it? We're gonna see one for real.
The man in black took the jade pendant Uncle Jiang gave me. Maybe this has something to do with Uncle Jiang. I should look inside.
What you looking for? I'll help. So much dust. Is that a spear? Hey, look! There's a spear! A real one!
Careful. They even dug this up.
That looks so cool! Show me, show me!
Sharp and
Pleasure
heavy.
to see you again, my friend.
You could hurt yourself.
Remy Kint's just subscribed for 3
Let
months.
me hold it. Just
Silas
once,
is a vampire.
please. Come on, or I won't talk to you anymore.
Is Silas a vampire? I think I would
I'm telling
agree.
Auntie Han, and you won't get to go to the first jar banquet. You'll miss her big announcement.
But thank you for
Hey,
the resub.
don't wander too
Thank
far.
you for 3 months,
I'll
Remy.
check inside and be right
I
back.
appreciate you. I hope you continue to enjoy your ad-free viewing emotes and your sub badge. How are ya? Are you enjoying this reprieve from the Raphael? Or from the polls with the Raphael? What's December 2nd? DP? That's valid. Did they like announce it? I
There's
missed
a
the
hidden
announcement.
drawer. I hadn't noticed that before. A letter to Uncle Jiang? From someone named Wei.
I'm gonna look right now. I'm looking right now. As soon as I get my stuff back. I had cat aggro and my desk is a mess. Alright. Mouse. Mouse. Hey, look, Remy. The first thing that pops up is the trailer. I like him in the white. It looks very good. Oh no! I guess it's Sakai. Hold on. Copy link. Thank Remy. Oh Jesus! I like this. I don't even. Remy, I want you to know, I don't even have sound on. I'm just watching the trailer and reading this, like, the captions. Oh my god, those wings! Bruh. So, it's my mom's birthday on the 2nd, but I think I'm the one getting a present. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Waves.exe has stopped functioning because of the fucking neck bite. And then he says, wife. Yo. Yo. Chat, we gotta share this. I gotta watch all of this fully. Yo. This is super important.
Telling Uncle Jiang to find Tian Ying? But he never mentioned the person who wrote this letter. Or Tian Ying either.
Oh my god.
I'll keep it with me. It might hold a clue to Uncle Jiang's whereabouts. Looks like someone has moved the spirit tablet.
I would like to save. Can I save? I would like to save. How do I save this game? I hope it saves. Oh, I could have done it other way. It's fine. Chat, this is super important. All activities must cease. I must watch the fullness of this trailer. Alright. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. I love you and it's allowed. I'm going to... I'll do Firefox, I think. I'm lurking tabs on my on Chrome, and I'm like, I don't want to close them when I turn the volume on. Alright. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god, that's all I'm saying. Oh my god. I'm still really mad that I can't get this stupid... Here, close. There we go. Okay. If it was sponsored, I wouldn't ADHD squirrel, you know? That's badly. Alright. My fellow community and chat. So a community member has brought to me the trailer for the new Silent Smith that apparently is dropping on Tuesday. And I now have to watch this. I watched part of it without sound, but it's an injustice and I need to watch all of this. So that's what we're going to do. If Tech will play nice. Tech, can you play nice? Okay, Tech, I appreciate you. Let's have you play nice on this screen where I can actually watch you properly. So if you don't like lads, then the rest of it's not going to be for you. We're going to do this. We're going to go here. I'm going to window capture. Oh my God, look at him. Chat, look at him! Alright, we're gonna... Oh, hold on. I lied, chat. I lied! It does. Hold on. I'm going to... do this. I need like a Waze has a moment screen. Right? It's okay. They'll live. Okay, that's better. And now I can put myself in the corner and I can be teeny tiny and I could watch this. And you guys don't know what I'm doing on the other side of me. Okay. Let's unmute Mozilla. Let's snooze the ad break.
You used your blood as bait. I hope you're prepared to become my feast.
Oh my God.
You're the one who awakened me. Shall I give you a chance to resist? An amateur's trick. This is how you should do it. An immortal, you have some worth, my dearest wife. But this ends now. Listen to fate's dying echo.
Summon Death's shadow.
Oh my God.
Now, fall into infernal abyss. If you wish to know of matters more absurd than death, I'll grant your wish. After all, not even death can sever our bond. Indulge yourself to your heart's content, my dearest wife. Your blood, it tastes better than I expected. All right, you can command me until your blood and power fulfill my desire.
Oh my God, shit!
I suppose this is the end. For mortals, death is inevitable. And although we could never share the same beginning, I believe, at the very least, we can share our deaths. Just so you're aware, no one wanted me in Philos. Yet it's you who awakened me, the person who blesses me. It must be you. Now I have truly been born into this world, with you in it. From the moment we're born to when we breathe our last, we shall inevitably walk the same path. It's the greatest blessing for us. Did you lose your magic and voice already?
I don't like the blood, but I like the purple or the blue with the purple on it. That looks nicer to me. I love our outfits too. Like, I love MC's outfit.
Ready for
It's probably great for the event that you get like the drinking event and the event point.
Interstellar bloodlust.
Then perish. No time to
Stop
shine.
it, yo.
Nothing red comes to be good.
Some my blood at your service. Don't believe in the rules. Here's blood to tear them apart.
Yeah, for free. The 3-star for free for doing the event. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. So chat, I made my schedule for next week and I have it like posted, ready to go, and guys don't look. And I'm manifesting that I'm gonna have to have a live stream sometime next week. And we're gonna have to like watch this card and oh my god. I just don't know when. Oh my god, it's so good. Chat, I haven't even, so this is my problem. I haven't even done Zane's. No, I'm gonna grab you. Someone grab Remy's ankles, pull them back. You have ruined me, you will face the consequences. Guys, I don't know about you, but it got really toasty in here. Holy shit. Okay, the 2nd is a Tuesday, but I can't stay up late because I have to get up at 4 in the morning on Wednesday to take Doc to the airport. Maybe we won't stream it. Maybe I'll record it and I'll post it up. I don't know, chat. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, but I also have to watch Zane Smith, and I feel like I'm cheating on my husband if I don't watch his Smith first before I watch Silas's. But Silas's was so fucking hot. Because vampire. And I don't want to say I have a thing for vampires, chat, but I have a slight thing for vampires, chat. So, this is a problem. This is a problem. I don't know how to fix it. Remy, you've ruined my life. Thank you. I appreciate you. Oh my god. I don't know what to do, chat. I don't know what to do. But I want us to celebrate this month together. Oh my god. Chat, I'm gonna highlight this part of my watching the trailer and I'm gonna post it on YouTube after stream. Okay? Okay. Oh my god, chat. I can't. I'm just in awe. I'm in awe. It was so good. Everyone joked about him being a vampire, and I was like, nah, I don't really see it. Like, I don't know why they would do that. I don't know why they would do that now. But I didn't see it, but I have seen it. And I love it. And I support it. And he can have my money. The richest fucking man in the game can have my money. Chat, we're gonna have to do a manifestation circle on Tuesday where he comes home easily. You know, he doesn't fight us. He comes home to us easily and gently without breaking banks. Because, you know, we got bills to pay. 'Tis the holiday season. I got gifts to buy. Like, vampires are very hot. I've always been on Team Vampire. Like, always. It's just who I am. It's what I've done. I can't deny this fact. With that though, chat, after the ad, and because it got me by surprise, we're gonna end stream. We're gonna end stream. Because it's late and I'm not getting back into my PlayStation. And yeah. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I'm just. Oh, I didn't hand this to Cherry. Cherry! Okay. I'm not gonna lie, the giveaway for a chance to win $70 is kind of awesome. Because $70 would be pretty sweet. Myth Crimson Spirit. The most fanatical blindness is born from the darkest depths of ignorance. An era in death's shadow engorges itself in magical fantasies. Mages represent the mortal world's hope and faith. Fiends move like flowing poetry through the aristocrats' banquets. Mages are born into a world of imminent decay. A body that cannot die is what others yearn for. Yet for you, it is the very curse you would summon the Archfiend Sovereign to escape. Blood forges an invisible bond. Do you remember it now? Why does the torment of being torn apart return again and again, keeping you from embracing a true death? Holy crap. And then I want to point out that like Love and Deep Space's trailer is the top of my feed. Directly underneath it is Papa Silas, which is the softest fucking thing on the planet, and I 100% support it. Okay. Okay. Chat, I'm having a moment. All right, welcome back from the ad break. I'm going to call it here. Because I need to. I feel like I should I can't top that, chat. Like, I'm good at producing shit, but I can't match that. Thank you for the head pets. I appreciate it. Thank you. So yeah, we're gonna call this day here, and I'm gonna go get my pajamas on. I'm gonna go snuggle a kitty cat, and I'm gonna have sweet dreams of Silas biting my neck. Silas biting my neck. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I greatly appreciate it. We will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for the Oh no, the bonk broke me. The bonk has bonked me too hard. We will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for the conclusion of Dispatch, we're playing episodes 5 through 8. Just a heads up, chat. I'll remind you guys all of this tomorrow. The game is rated M. It is very mature content. Some of the content, like the start of chapter 4, for example, even made me a little uncomfy. So if it makes me a little uncomfy, I don't know how everyone has their own preferences. It could make you uncomfy too. If it becomes a little uncomfy, feel free to lurk. I get it. I was like debating finishing, no pun intended, the episodes, but the story is good enough and the scenes that make me uncomfy are small enough in comparison, so it's fine. But yeah, so I get it. That's what we're doing tomorrow. Sunday there is no stream. I will not be home. Monday we're back in Mass Effect. Tuesday there is no stream because I have to get up early, but Wednesday I am off from work. Wednesday I'm going to be focusing offline on recording Final Fantasy 13 playthrough because that is going to be posted starting December 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern over only on YouTube. So I'm very excited for that one. But there may also be some Love and Deep Space stuff being posted too. It depends on how nice Papa Silas wants to come home. Manifestation, chat. Manifestation. Wednesday we're in Palace of the Dead. I swear to God, it's gonna be Palace of the Dead. Thursday, Cherry, Kai, and myself get together. We talk Dragon Age. I'm very excited. We're talking Dragon Age while I run around Thetis. And Thursday is also gonna be a long stream chat. I'm going until midnight on Thursday because I am part of a raid train. And if you want all the details on the raid train, who's participating in the raid train for Dragon Age Day, please go check out my Blue Sky. It is there. It is awesome. It's being hosted by an incredible streamer as well called Munchkin. I know them from Tourette Love on Her Arms. It's an amazing foundation we've reached before in the past. They are hosting this raid train. We get to close out the night honorably, and I'm very excited about that. I'm gonna be kissing Colin at midnight. If I kiss him at midnight, do I get good luck? Is it like New Year's, you know? I don't know, we'll figure that out. But that's what we're doing Friday, and then Saturday Friday I won't be home because I have a holiday party, and then Saturday we start Code Vein, which is more about vampires. So maybe it's a good thing that Silas is first. Maybe he's the prelude to Code Vein. Maybe, chat. Maybe this was all foretold. Anyway, as always, make sure you take care of yourselves mentally. It is just as important as taking care of yourself physically. I do well hope you have a great and wonderful rest of your night and a fantastic day tomorrow. Like I said, I will see you guys right back here tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for the last episodes of Dispatch. We're going to go raid out. We're going to go raid to the person I was thinking of. Isn't live anymore. Let's go hang out with Chrysidia. She is playing Boulder's Gate. She's been going for a while too. My God. Let's go support her. Long streams are long, chat. Alright, please copy and paste the raid message. Please go tell Chrysidia we said hello. Go be the awesome, wonderful, fantastic people that I know you can be and are. And I will see you guys, like I said, right back here tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern for the conclusion of Dispatch episodes 5 through 8. I love you guys. Go drink water. Take care of yourselves. Till later.